Hello and good morning to everybody tuning in to the Online Darts Live League once again. It is Monday morning and it is Phase 4. It is Week 2. We have 3 players through to Champions Week, which will commence on September the 13th. But Week 2 starts right here with the asset back in the commentary booth. So let's go straight down to the board to see Jared Cole and Scott Marsh. There is the man from Kent who has had some success in getting through these sorts of periods in the Online Darts Live League, whereas Jared Cole has had some success away from the Online Darts Live League recently in taking the official MAD World Championship belt away from Wayne Warren. He hasn't got the belt with him today, but his mission this week is to get through Group A, of course. We'll go through all of the different permutations of Group A in due course, and we'll let you know what these players have to do to get to finals night on Saturday, which will start at 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV. 21-year-old from Hatfield in Hertfordshire has had a busy time of it over the last few days playing Development Tour darts, whereas Scott has had a chance to play a little bit of local darts to his area, playing a local open in Surrey a couple of days ago.
Game on.
So these two players have no excuse not to be sharp.
100.
So 6 players today, 2 from England, 2 from Scotland, and 2 from Wales. So a nice even split. But 5 games per player.
60.
Will take us to around 2 o'clock this afternoon British time. All games best of 7 legs, of course. 5-1 straight start.
93.
And some of these games are going to be quite rapid, because when you look at Scott Marsh, he's not exactly the slowest player.
140.
But compared to all of his competitors today, he probably is the slowest player. Because as you can see, Jared Cole is very swift.
95.
As is Nathan Girvin of Scotland, who will join us in match 3 against Richie Burnett, of course, who is not slow. But we have Darren Beveridge, very, very dangerous player from Scotland, coming up as well. And last but not least, Mike Warburton.
131.
Nicely from Scott after 9. He gets first to a finish.
84.
Closely followed by Jared,
You require
who leaves the more doable out, if given the chance, of course. I said if. Couldn't possibly in the first leg of the week.
Game
Oh!
the first leg.
Starters who mean to go
Scott
on.
Marsh.
That may be the best finish we'll see all week long. But what a statement we see from Scott
Second
Marsh
leg,
as you
it's
see the
Scott to throw
replay there.
first. Game on.
The funny thing is, when I was doing my research this morning about the finishing of these 6 players, Scott Marsh is the only player
60.
to have hit a 170 checkout this year at the Online Darts Live League. And now he's got 2 of them.
100.
That will get the blood pumping. That will make Scott believe. Because in previous phases, he has done very well to make it through to finals night on Saturday.
100.
However, he has not made it through so far to a Champions Week
134.
finals night to try and take the big prize of £7,000, which will be on offer on the 18th of September, a prize that was taken by Jim Williams
60.
a matter of just over a week ago. Looking at Scott's performances this year.
100.
This is his 51st game of this year in this room. He's won 32 so far for a win percentage of 64%. And of all of the players you will see today, that is the most impressive win percentage.
100. 102.
Intelligent stuff there from Jared to leave himself in 2 dart range. Nice response after being hit hard in leg 1. Surely back up to the 20s now.
97.
With effect.
Jared requires 65.
He has options here. He doesn't have to go 25, but has anyway.
Game
And
shot on the
pings
second
tops
leg.
for a beautiful 14
Jared
darter.
Cole.
And Jared Cole's response to that 170 checkout is exemplary. So we could have a very, very good statistical game on our hands here.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 64% as a win percentage for Scott Marsh.
100.
But when you look at all of the competitors in pursuit of him today, there's a lot of people on his heels. In fact, the only player in this field
43.
that has a win percentage of under 50% is Nathan Girvin, down to 35%. So maybe he's the player that people will
97.
earmark a guaranteed win against, but it's not going to be that simple against young Nathan. Back comes Marsh, who gets the first 180 of the contest.
180.
And indeed, the first 180 of the week, of which there will be plenty more.
140.
Good standard game from both players who, after the first 2 legs, are averaging 100.
100. Jared requires
Marsh fails to get to a finish this time after 9. And gives Jared a chance at the 164.
84.
That will do. Even though he needed the treble 16 there, the single 8 does get him out of bullseye finishing range. And he's going to have to hit this 80 now.
156.
That's a slip. He didn't want to leave double 11.
Jared requires 80.
Jared wanted to leave double 10.
Game
And
shot on the
does.
third leg. Jared Cole.
What a display of finishing we're seeing so far in this match. 3 legs in, and we haven't seen a double missed. And we have seen a double hit in an accident as well.
First. Game on.
So the double 18 to leave double 11 was in vain. So we have a player hitting
60.
doubles even when he doesn't need to. But when they do need to, Bob's your uncle. Fantastic from both.
100.
I mentioned there was no excuse for these players not to be sharp. They've had plenty of action with the Online Darts Live League this year, but of course, not having tour cards doesn't stop you from doing other
42.
things like Challenge Tour or Development Tour. And that leads me to Jared, who of course, over the last
42.
few days has been playing Development Tour darts and did have some decent results. Got himself a couple of quarterfinals. The first of which he lost out to one of the best nicknames in the young game,
85.
Dom the Tower Taylor. Incredible week for Dom, and incredible a week it was for
85.
Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who absolutely blitzed the European side of the Development Tour this weekend. Many congratulations to Rusty. But who was going to get the congratulations after this? As Scott Marsh gets his second 180 of this match. I like that route from Jared
59.
Cole, very intelligent. Trying
Scott,
to
you
trim
require
that 4 off the end of the
134.
274 and leave 170. Fails to do so, and Scott Marsh gets a chance at double 10 for a 134 now.
124.
And it's the first missed dart at double in this match.
$59.
This is where
Scott, you
things
require
could get
10.
slightly tricky for Scott Marsh because his darts land very flat. He's made to think for the first time on doubles. Double 2.
6.
Gives an outside
Jared
chance to
require
Jared Cole. We have had a 156 in this match so far. We're not going to get a second.
97. Scott, you require 4.
This double could be kind for Scott Marsh. If he misses low, it's still open. Madhouse is
2.
missed. And Cole is
Jared,
getting
you
a
require
bonus
59.
chance here. These are the things you have to take when they come your way. And
Game
he's
shot
not
on
missing
four
doubles
flag.
at all. He
Jared Cole.
continues. He takes the bonus that is given to him. And 3 shots at a double mean 3 hits and a 3-1 lead for the man from Hertfordshire.
5th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Jared Cole is a player who is starting to blossom
140.
into the player he could be. A lot of pressure was applied on him at the age of 17, 18 years of age, because a lot of people thought he would just blitz his way to the Pro Tour.
140.
He, of course, famously lost in the last match of qualifying school a couple of years ago to
59.
Aaron Beanie. But maybe, just maybe, that was a blessing for Jared. It allowed him to apply his trade elsewhere and gain more experience
95.
before he eventually, in my opinion, does make it to the tour.
58.
Did a lot of live league darts in 2020 from his conservatory, where I still can't believe he didn't melt. It must have been close to 50 degrees in there. But one thing these
99.
players will be very, very happy about here in the UK is that the temperature outside is not that high for late August, and the playing conditions in this room are excellent.
140. Scott, you require 167.
This could be to stay in the match. And Jared Cole will now have a chance at 104 to get his first
Jared
2
require
points of the day, of
104.
course. 2 points for a win. Doesn't get a shot at double,
71.
but does leave it low.
Scott, you require 107.
Gives himself an unlikely looking 33. You don't leave that number very often.
Yep.
That leaves 98. And a shot at double 19 to stay in the match,
69.
which he does not find. So where does Jared Cole
require
go for this?
33.
That leaves 15. That leaves double 6.
27.
So he eventually gets a match dart, but it's
Scott,
only
you
the
require
one.
38.
And it has slipped by as he misses a double for the first time in the match. Can Scott Marsh hit double 8?
Game
There's
show
your
on
answer.
the 5th flag.
He breaks the throw
Scott
in
Marsh.
18 darts and stays in the match, but only just. You just question whether Jared has found a little bit of doubt, as he was very close to the finishing line there.
6th flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I don't know whether it's just my negative mindset sometimes, but when you've had a match start and you lose the leg,
96.
you wonder, are you going to get another one? From 3-2 up, Jared Cole should say to himself, of course I am.
140.
What an incredible year of darts it has been here at the Online Darts Live League. And it seems that everything in darts in 2021
60.
is coming up Welsh. Of course, the world champion, world number 1, Girvin Price, the Masters champion, the Premier League champion, Johnny Clayton,
96.
the Phase 2 champion, Richie Burnett, the Phase 3 champion here, Jim Williams, all Welsh. Of course, the
100.
PDC World Cup is coming up as well, and the Welsh are trying to defend that trophy.
133.
Great stuff from Jared. Again, very intelligent tactics. He has caused Scott Marsh a lot of problems since he hit that maximum finish
96.
in the very first leg.
Charge require 132.
So bullseye should be the target.
Yep.
And that leaves 125. He wants to stay on the bull, but it was covered.
72.
And that was a bit of a messy visit
Scott,
until the last dart.
149.
That was a great saver at the end from Jared. You will get plenty of snarls from Scott Marsh today. He tends to pull a few faces. He's a very determined individual.
58. Jared requires
Jared
60.
should get 2 more match darts here. He's already missed one at double 6. That's not an ideal single. Has to move. Has to move back.
50.
And misses another 2 for the 2 points.
Scott, you require 91.
That leaves 79. So he has chance at maybe treble 13 here. Or treble 19. And to not get a shot at the
51.
bullseye or a double from 91
Jared, you require
is
10.
an error. Jared Cole has one more shot at double 2 and takes it on his 5th match dart to win by 4 legs to 2 and to do a very, very good job in his first match of the day. They started blisteringly with averages around the 100 after a couple of legs, but 89 and 88, that's respectable to start your campaign off and to get the first 2 points for Jared. Mike Warburton of Wales will now take on Darren Beveridge in match 2. This one promises a lot. May it well be a case of follow a little bit of that from match 1, but match 2 does follow now with Mike Warburton making his first bow of the week against Darren Beveridge, who was fresh off a Challenge Tour win very recently. Back comes the man from Wrexham, who has got himself another new dart shirt. I prefer this one to the other one, I will say that, Mike. But Ice Cold Beveridge is back, and he has been very, very good this year. He's had some great moments in this room.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But he has also had a very good moment away from here as well, winning the first Challenge Tour event of the year, and is currently 4th
95.
in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Speaking to Darren this morning about the challenges that he faces, not just this week, but of course
60.
for the rest of the year. He will have to top that Order of Merit if he wants to get a tour card without going to Q School. One of his biggest rivals, of course, for that top spot in the Order of Merit is Jim Williams, our Phase 3 champion.
140.
So just like 2020, the Online Darts Live League is giving these players the chance to harness their skills before they go
60.
to other ranked action.
43.
As for Mike, he is playing a little bit of Challenge Tour as well, and he's been performing well,
94.
but not picking up as many results as others. Currently at 22nd in that order of merit, and if he's going to find himself at the top, he's going to have a blistering end
60.
to the year with that.
Mike
So
require 100.
Immediate goal is to gain confidence here. He's not going to take the 152, but coming into today's challenge,
60.
he might well think about what he did the first time he came here, which was picking up 13 wins from 15
98.
in Group A
Mike
in Phase 1.
92.
He's going to go 60 here. 2 doubles. There's one.
56.
It wasn't really close to the
Darren,
outside wire
100.
to be a guide for another one. So he went for the open portion. And Darren Beveridge slips into the single one. The one thing you can't do when you're on 100 checkout.
19. Mike, you require 36.
So just the one double 18 this time.
Game show on the
Finds
first
that
leg.
for a 20 darter, so
Mike
that one
Warburton.
settles him into the game. And the Welshman will have high hopes of what he could possibly achieve this week. And he will fancy topping this group, you feel.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first.
If he's going to do so,
Game on.
he's going to have to win matches early in the piece.
60.
When he was playing through Phase 2 and Phase 3, Mike was not playing his best darts at the beginning of sessions.
100.
He tended to win a little bit later in the schedule, and he was giving himself just a little bit too much to do.
100.
So this is a very difficult start for him, but if he can nick victories early and then really warm up a little bit later on, there is no reason
140.
why he can't top this group at the end of Wednesday, which is when Group A will have its climax.
100.
Only one player can go through Group A on Wednesday afternoon, after the 3 days of play, of course. That one player will go to Saturday night's finals,
28.
joined by 2 players from Group C and 3 from Group B. One of the benefits of being in Group
100.
A is that you do get 2 bites of the cherry. And based on your league position after Wednesday's play, that will stipulate where you play on Thursday and Friday. Positions 2 and 3
99. Darren, you require
are assured of a place
141.
playing in the evening as opposed to the morning.
$97.
But Mike
Mike,
Warburton
you require
is looking for
134.
a break of throw here. Options from 134. Traditional route it was.
94.
Nice leave if
Darren, you
Darren
require
Beveridge does
44.
not negotiate Motown. 4 tops is not taken. It's 12 for double 16.
12.
And the chance comes the Welshman's way.
Mike, you require 40.
That could be useful. Double
Game
10
show on the
hit
second
in
leg.
the prime spot as
Mike
well.
Warburton.
If you ask most professional dart players where they want to hit a double, they'd say anywhere. But most of the time, they say the perfect shot is just on the inside of that outside wire.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
This doubles hitting from Mike Warburton will make him feel a bit more at ease.
100.
But it's a slightly chilled performance from Darren so far, only averaging 74. We know he's got a lot more than that.
91.
But you do not judge a player by their first game on a Monday. You judge them by where they are on a Wednesday lunchtime. It's a bit like being
60.
in the first 2 or 3 holes of a golf tournament. Tiger Woods was a ninja at double bogeying the first hole of a major
60.
and then going on to win it. So we're not going to judge Darren by this performance so far. But what we can do is look at what he did in the Challenge Tour very recently. I mentioned he picked up a victory where he beat Martin Thomas in the final, someone else who has played very, very well here. But the following day, or the following event, he lost to Jim Williams in the quarterfinal.
60.
So the 6th of August was a very good day for Darren. He didn't pick up a great deal the following couple of days. In fact, he only won 2 more games, which will have really frustrated him.
41.
But he's getting closer to losing this one, as Warby is starting to warm up ever so tepidly.
Darren, you require 158.
Darren just hasn't found the range on that 60 yet this morning.
98.
And when he finds that first dart, Warburton will have to watch out. But here we are on 96, which now becomes 93. And he misses the big trebles and gets 2 small ones.
32. Darren, you require 60.
The position of this single will stipulate where he throws from. He doesn't have to move now. Double 10 is found. And I don't care who you are in the world of darts, but every single tournament you play, when you hit your first double of the day, you do start to exhale and say, right, now we can kick in.
4th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
There you can see the Beveridge dart going in fairly
60.
upright. He's a tall lad. He's a big unit. You wouldn't want to run into him at speed. He's made of very tough stuff. Comes from a beautiful
41.
part of Scotland. Not far from an area of the country that is littered with some of the most beautiful golf courses on the planet.
123.
But also littered with incredible darting talent.
60.
He has motored down the motorways to the Online Darts Live League studio with his pals Jamie Clark
58.
and Greg Ritchie on more than one occasion. But he's on his Todd this week. Just to give you an indication as well of who will be joining us
60.
later in the week, there is a change to our proposed schedule, as Jason Askew is no longer able to join us on Thursday evening. He's been replaced by Scott Williams of Lincolnshire, Justin Smith of Wales, and Paul Hogan will join us on Thursday night for Group B.
Darren, you require 160.
Beveridge misses out on the chance to equalise with a 160 checkout.
44.
This one has just been the tiniest bit scrappy.
$105.
Nicely from Mike.
Darren, you require 160.
And the treble single double out. And that's exactly what Darren's got. He's got the treble. He's got the single.
96.
He doesn't get the third
Mike,
one.
require 110.
And gives Warburton a chance at 3-1. The weight of the dart for Warby just hasn't
74.
been at its best yet.
Darren, you require 20.
And that's why we could have a level game.
10.
And that will frustrate Darren.
Mike, you require
7
36.
visits, 3 clean darts at double 10. And he could lose the leg.
Game shot.
And indeed, he does lose the leg.
Mike Warburton.
And another thorn in the side of Darren Beveridge is the fact that that was a break of throw for 3-1 for Warby now. And he now has the chance to serve it out for a 4-1 win.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Just getting back to who we will see a little bit later in the week.
140.
The bottom 3 competitors in the Group A table come Wednesday lunchtime will
121.
go to Group C, which will have Lee Cox. We have the return of the Warrior, Wes Newton. And Connor Scott will
60.
join us as well for his Online Darts Live League debut.
140.
Plenty for these players to mull as they go into what could be the very later stages of this best of 7 contest.
100.
It's still advantage Warburton, but only just in this 5th leg.
96.
What can he leave from here? Well, he may go 25 here. Decided to go south.
Darren, you require
I didn't think he was going to do that. And Darren Beveridge has got a chance for the 144. Beautifully thrown trebles.
129.
But a loose shot at double 12
Mike
gives
require
Wilby one chance to
180.
win 4-1. He's going to get a shot at it. Tops.
98.
Chance missed.
Darren, you require 15.
Will he get another?
Game show on
He
the
does
5th
not.
leg.
But the one thing going through Darren Beveridge's mind, apart from the fact that he has brought it to 3-2, is that that first start at the single 7 was a bit too close to the treble. So can
6th
he
leg, it's
bring
Darren
us
to
evil?
throw first.
Bring us level, not
Game
evil, at 3-3.
on. 81.
Just looking back at finals night, of course, on Saturday.
60.
Very good to see Robert Owen getting through to Champions Week as the Week 1 champion. So more proof that everything in 2021 is coming up Welsh. Closely followed by Nick Fulwell and Rob Collins, who took out Jamie Kelling in the 3rd place playoff.
180. $60.
This is a big visit for Warburton. He's got a chance to break again.
100.
It's a solid ton. Warburton's biggest finish all year on this hockey is 161.
Mike require
Oh, how he would love another.
161.
He's not going to get one.
45.
And he will not like that
Darren,
visit
you require
whatsoever.
120.
Darren doesn't like that first start because everything that comes after can't finish the leg off, but he can position
Mike
himself
require
well.
116.
Darren looking to dodge another match dart. He doesn't have to.
60.
This one is starting to turn around.
Darren, you require 36. Game
Double
shot on the
18, and that's a
flag.
crisp shot from Darren Beveridge to bring us to the level point. I'll just emphasise that again. Level point. So it is 3-3, and Beveridge is the one who has the heat. Will he win 4-3?
Final leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
This is the beautiful thing about best of 7.
60.
At no point are you safe until you hit that last dart. In the double or the bullseye.
140.
I've seen many, many games from the commentary booth, not just here, but in other arenas where people have gone through big spells,
135.
winning 5, 6, 7 legs in a row. Here, all you have to do is 4. But in Darren's case, he needed 3.
100.
From 3-1 down. He's got 2 of them. And he's potentially in position to get the 3rd. Which would be
59.
a big early blow to Mike Warburton. And look at that first start, starting to find its mark. And look at the difference it makes to the confidence of Darren Beveridge.
180.
That is his first 180 of the entire game.
100. Darren, you require 81.
And it was hit at the very last opportunity to get one in the game. Double 12. Double 6 is hit. He gets 2 match darts. Mike Warburton only gets the 1, but Warburton really should have won from 3-1 up, but he didn't. And it is Darren Beveridge who put in a bit of a spurt with his average at 86, as you can see at the end, and he takes what could be a vital 2 points. Moving on to the next one, we've got Nathan Girvin from Scotland up against the legend and, of course, our Phase 2 champion in Richie Burnett. Match number 3 just about to commence. And we've now got Richie Burnett against Nathan Girvin. And in Richie, we have the most experienced player in this group against the least experienced as far as Online Darts Live League is concerned. But when you think about the careers of these two, I suppose the same can be said. The man from the Valleys has been doing this for a very long time.
Okay, first leg it's Nathan to throw first.
But Nathan Girvin could be doing this for a very long time. The man with the 21st century haircut. He's a cool cat.
60.
He's very quick. He's very useful. And we love that he plays darts the way he does because he has got a great future ahead of him.
45.
Mentioned at the top of the program that of all of the players today, Nathan has the smallest win percentage
41
of 35%, winning only 11 of his 31 games. But he's only a nipper. He's only just about learning his trade, doing great things already. But that is, and I can't overemphasize this enough, not the first 180 of the week. It's the first for Richie, but it won't be the last. And that was his 204th 180 of the year here at the Online Darts Live League.
43.
And that leads me to the next thing. His closest challenger in 180s out of these players today
60.
is Jared Cole, and he's not even got to 100. Richie is over 200. Yes, I know Richie Burnett has played more games than anybody else. But you still got to hit them. In fact, the win percentage of Richie Burnett is very, very impressive. 58%. He's won 80 games out of his 136 played. He doesn't just lead
45.
this field in games played and games won and 180s, but he has the overall best checkout percentage of just over 35% as well.
45. Nathan,
Early
you
today,
require
Richie is looking a
155.
little bit ragged.
78.
Back up top.
95.
Does the right thing.
Richie, you require 143.
It would be very unexpected to see this 1-4-3. Judging by the way that Richie has played this morning so far. Just trying to find his range and using this first leg of the contest just as a sighter.
97.
Because Nathan
you
threw
require
first.
60.
Just a little shift to the left to leave tops. Goes back to the right hand side.
40.
And gives a chance to Burnett
Richie,
for
you
a
require
very,
46.
very tidy looking break of throw. It's tops.
26.
Some early morning
Nathan,
darts
you
there
require
from
20.
Richie. A little bit of a tight arm potentially here at just after 10 past 10.
Game shot
But
in the
Nathan
first
Girvin
leg.
doesn't hit the
Nathan
snooze button
Girvin.
and takes the first leg there in 23 darts. He will have to improve from there, but it is now a question of what Richie
Second leg,
Burnett
it's
can do in
Richie to throw
response.
first. Game on.
What you tend to find from most dart players
81.
is that when they constantly hit that small 20 underneath the treble 20 bed that everybody goes for, it's a sign of one of two things.
140.
One, your arm's a little tired and a little tight, or you're releasing the dart just a little bit late.
96.
Some players need a few games just to get a little bit loose. Of course, we start our coverage at 9:30 in the morning here in the UK.
57.
You may be watching from overseas, and if you are, welcome. Watching with the Online Darts YouTube channel. If you are indeed watching from around the world, why don't you get in touch?
100.
You can see our Twitter handle at the bottom right hand side of your screen there, at Darts Live League. And that's where you'll find all of the results when it comes to this tournament.
95.
That's a better first start from Richie, which he uses.
140.
A very good 140 there. Just denied the 180 with a collision on dart 3. Winner of this game will join Darren Beveridge and Jared Cole on 2 points.
Richie require 84.
The loser will join Scott Marsh and Mike Warburton. Double 12. Oh, and
69.
he slips into the single 9. Very similar
Nathan, you require
to what Darren Beveridge
167.
did on double 12 in the previous match. And he will have the chance to do what Darren did, which is hit 7
60.
double 4 to take
Richie
the leg.
require 15.
Tidy single.
Game shot.
Very, very good
leg.
double. And
Richie
even with his
Burnett.
experience, that will settle him down somewhat and get himself into the game now. We're staying on throw, so will Nathan Girvin
Third leg,
repeat
it's
that
Nathan
trend
to
in
throw
leg 3.
first. Game on.
was talking a little bit earlier on
60.
about how Jared Cole had no excuse not to be sharp. You could say the same about Girvin. We get another 180 from Burnett.
180.
Because over the last few days, Nathan Girvin has been playing in Development Tour darts.
100.
Had some decent results as well. Made the semi-final a couple of days ago. Lost out to Dom Taylor. As we get another 180 from Burnett. And the last time he did this, it was in the very last leg of phase 2.
180.
And he missed
Richie
double 18 for the 9.
41.
We only get 9 darters from James Richardson. We almost got one from Jamie Kelling last week.
Nathan, you require
He missed double 12.
161.
That would have been a real pinch from Nathan Girvin had he hit the 180, followed by the 161.
46. Richie requires
But it
36.
is Burnett who sets up the 10 darter. Should bust it.
28.
That was the other option. Leaves
Nathan,
double
you
4.
require 115.
But he might lose the leg now. Well, he's not going to.
99.
If he hits double 4
Richie
once again.
require 8.
That looks like a tidy guide.
Game show on the third
There
leg.
was a little flick
Richie Burnett.
on that previous flight. It wasn't used as a barrel guide. But I tell you what, if you'd have hit that a little bit harder, it was still going to go in. It's 2-1 Burnett
Fourth leg,
now
it's
as we go into
Richie
leg
to
4.
throw first. Game on.
Yes, just talking about the results for Girvin over the weekend. Lost out to Dom the Tower Taylor in event 3 on Saturday. And then a few hours later, when he played in event 4 on Sunday, he lost out to Louis Williams. No shame in that, really. Louis Williams averaged nearly 104.
180.
Well, Richie Burnett really is starting to find his 180s in this match. That's his 4th, and we're only in leg 4.
96.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got 1 or 2 more from him over the next 2 or 3 legs.
100.
Nathan Girvin is currently at 14th in the Development Tour Order of Merit. As he tries to chase a 162.
126.
Just comes up short.
Richie require 138.
Days like today are not about orders of merit. It's a different format. It's round robin. It has its own
98.
intricacies. But because he has played a lot of darts over the last couple of days,
95.
he should be sharp. But there is
Richie
a
requires
small
40.
part of my brain thinking he might be just a little tired. And Burnett slips into a bad single once again. You can see how
8.
irked he is by that.
Nathan, you require 84.
Is he going to pay the price? Bullseye it is for Girvin. And he makes Richie pay it. And that will
Nathan
commence
Girvin.
what I like to call the Richie Burnett headshake. Because the instant replay will show a perfect bullseye from Nathan Girvin to level this one up at 2 legs
Fifth
all.
leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Little bit of a smile in the background there from Richie. He's been here before. He's had shots taken against him.
95.
But he's done that to people for the last 30 years.
$28.
I mentioned Girvin's position in the Development Tour Order of Merit. Well, in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, which he also plays in,
84.
he's 11th. So he's not that far behind Darren Beveridge, who's in 4th. And we have 5 players here who are playing Challenge Tour darts because, of course, they don't have tour cards. The only person who hasn't registered anything in the Challenge Tour is Jared Cole because he hasn't played an event yet.
98.
But they're all doing pretty well in their Challenge Tour exploits. But it's all about here and now for these players.
140.
As Burnett looks fairly smooth at this point of the morning. Of course, he is noted for his erratic follow-throughs.
140.
But he's in trouble in leg number 5.
100.
I just wish Richie could throw that smooth all the time. Just imagine what he could do. Nathan Girvin is only 1 dart away
from
from 3-2 up. And he takes the lead after being 2-1 down. We were staring at 3-1 for Richie Burnett. A vital, vital miss at tops. And all of a sudden, Nathan Girvin is in the commander
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. 100.
You look at Nathan Girvin and you think he could be part of a young rock group with that hairstyle. I don't know how his fringe doesn't get in the road of his right eye when he's throwing
54.
darts. He actually does remind me a little bit of Louis Williams from Wales, a great young player who currently resides in Liverpool.
140.
But there weren't a great deal of dart players at the start of Richie's career who had fringes.
134.
There were a few who had perms. But most dart players from mine and, of course, Richie's era like to have the Hello everyone and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. Thank you for your company this morning, or indeed wherever you are around the world, afternoon or good night. But apologies that we lost at the end of that previous match. We did have a small power cut here at the studio, but what we can confirm is that 2-1 was the score for Richie Burnett before Nathan Girvin then took the next 3 legs. Richie Burnett missed 3 darts to take us all the way to 3-3. 1 shot at double 14. 1 at double 7 and 1 ultimately at double 2. But then comes Nathan Girvin with a really clean, crisp 73 checkout to win by 4 legs to 2. So he takes his first 2 points of the day, and someone is just about to do that in match 4, as we have Mike Warburton and Scott Marsh now going toe-to-toe after they lost their respective first matches of the day. It's time to join Beveridge, Cole and Girvin on 2 points, and one of them will. Will it be the 38-year-old from Orpington, just outside of London? Or will it be the man from North Wales, who lost by 4 legs to 3 against Darren Beveridge in his first game? He had that game in the palm of his hand at 3-1 up,
Okay, first
but did let it slip.
Game on.
So far today, the Welsh players have been taking the lead, but have not been able to take the points.
100.
Will things change from here on out? I mentioned a little bit earlier that Mike Warburton played some very, very good stuff in phase 1. But as far as his ability to perform in finals, it hasn't really been there for Mike this year. He made the week 3 finals of phase 2, where he ended up finishing outside of the semi-finals. And he did not make any sort of finals in phase 3. So he's hoping
85
in the late summer/autumn period of 2021 that he can start to kick into gear. As far as Scott Marsh is concerned, it's a very similar story.
140.
He did good things in finals in phase 1. In phase 2, he got a 3rd place in week 1 of phase 2. But since then, not a great deal.
100. Scott, you require 161.
Scott needs 161 here. Switch back up to the 18s here, and does so with great effect to leave himself on 68. Mike Warburton on 256 is adrift and needs a ton to get to a finish.
60.
Doesn't get that ton.
Scott, you
only gets 60
68.
to leave 196. So 68 for Marsh. Treble 16 route. Double top is his target for 1-0.
48.
Warburton back on 196. Is hoping that he can hit a maximum or something similar.
40.
He ends up with only 40. And eventually scores a ton,
20.
but with 6 darts. Still double 10, and he's getting closer. Oh, and that's a lovely, lovely kiss off that second dart, isn't it? There was a little flick off the tungsten of Scott Marsh's second dart there, and it just caressed its way into that double 10 for a 1-0 lead against Warby. Been good stuff so far today, but you just get the feeling that certain players are waiting to kick in. Leg number 2 will commence in due course. I think there's just a small delay down in the room. We have had some technical problems today, so we do apologise for that. So you're going to have to put up with this for a little while longer. But Warby just hasn't found the weight of the dart yet. He really does have to start finding it in this second match. And what I mean by that is getting the height of the dart right. Mike is a fabulous player when it comes to line. In cricketing terms, if he was a bowler, he'd be hitting the off stump every time. But the one thing you find with Mike is that when he's struggling just a little bit, the dart can be either too high or too low. But if he gets the weight right, he is super, super dangerous.
100.
It is gradually getting better. as the day goes on, but you may think that 15 games over the course of 3 days is a lot, and yes, it is.
97.
But those games being best of 7 can tick by so quickly. Very steady from Warby, who leaves himself on 161 after 9. Marsh on 264. Apologies that our graphic is not there for your visual pleasure. I'll keep you up to date with the scores.
100.
That ton leaves Scott Marsh on 164.
Mike require 161.
So our referee Owen Binks confirms the 161 for Warby.
60.
That leaves him on 101.
Scott
Marsh on 164, and this won't scare him. He had a 170 in the first leg of the day.
$89.
That's a nice leave.
Mike
that bullseye's been very kind to him. 101 for Mike Warburton for this second leg. Single 9 leaves double 16.
85.
And that could be a costly miss. The bullseye that Scott Marsh hit
75.
with his last dart has given him this doable chance of 75. Tops it is.
55.
Topsy misses
Mike
for a superb chance of a 2-0 lead. And he might just be pegged back now.
Game show on
And
the
he is
second
pegged back with a lovely double 4.
Warburton.
And the double 4 has been very kind to the Welsh today so far. It was good to Richie Burnett earlier against Nathan Girvin. It is good to Warby here for 1-1.
Fairly gets Scott to throw first. Game on. 81.
I sincerely hope you've enjoyed the coverage brought to you by Chris Mason last week. And of course, another Chris in Chris Murphy, who sheriffed a lot of the darts over the course of July and August. Murph doing a fantastic job.
140.
You'll be glad to know that Chris Murphy's had a haircut. I, for a large portion of 2021, have implored him not to look like Mark Hateley anymore.
140.
And if you don't know who Mark Hateley is, then I'm showing my age when it comes to football.
$121.
If this was a football match between two players, you'd probably have to say it would be Michael Owen versus maybe Frank Lampard in geographical senses. That is a back of the net shot from Scott Marsh. Getting himself into 2-dart range with that maximum. How much Warby would love another 60 and gets one.
140.
To leave
Scott,
exactly the same
100.
shot. Now where does he go here? It was tops.
60. Mike require 100.
Does Warburton do the same if he misses the 60? His eyes go north, but his dart does not.
60. Scott, you require 40.
Just the one double top. Pushes the wire and makes the segment ever so smaller, but it didn't matter. That's a beautiful second dart from Scott Marsh to make it 2 legs to 1. Sometimes when that dart lands really flat, players will go either to the left or the right, but he went straight for it and it cushioned its way into the tops.
Game on. $24.
When I was looking through this field yesterday afternoon, just looking at some statistics, I did question who was the favourite for this group. it would be easy to say that Beveridge is the favourite after his recent Challenge Tour win. Indeed, saying Richie Burnett would be the favourite.
45.
But sometimes you have to look a little closer. You can't rule these two out. And it was really interesting listening to Chris Mason and Phil Bars on the pre-show on Saturday night talking about this bunch of players, and they said anybody could come through this Group A, and I agree with them.
140.
And just because you could do well on a Monday does not guarantee success. I've said that many, many times. We've seen people have astonishing Mondays, but then terrible Tuesdays.
60.
It's about consistency over the 3 days of action and being comfortable with playing lots of games, potentially lots of legs. Warburton's in a bit of trouble at 2-1 down, and he may be in trouble again. Huge 180 from Scott Marsh, his second of the contest. And yet again, it is to get him around that 100 mark.
60.
He has got Warburton where he wants him.
102.
Behind in legs and behind in score. Should go bull here. And usually I would say treble 14. But Scott Marsh is a bit of a soft tip specialist. And he goes for the centre of the board more than most.
54. Mike, you require 132.
Speaking of the centre of the board, he might need it again. And does. What a finish this would be.
102.
Just the weight of the dart again.
48.
Just a bit too overzealous with the weight of that third dart, and it could cost him as Marsh goes for tops in 3-1.
Game
and
shot.
That is exactly what he gets. And the key thing here is that is a break of throw. The chance to serve it out for 4-1 is a real possibility, and it's right about to happen.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
So Warburton, who was 3-1 up against Beveridge in his first
60.
match and lost, now has to do to Marsh what Beveridge did to him. He has to win 3 straight. Now this is a better performance from Mike, averaging 86 compared to the 81 he had against Beveridge. But Marsh has elevated himself from 88 in his first game to 92 here.
100.
Average-wise, this is the best performance of the day so far. Here you see a classic example of a Mike Warburton ton. One very high, one very low, and one perfect dart in the 60.
140.
Just watch out as the day progresses when he potentially plays against Nathan Girvin in match 8 and indeed Jared Cole in match 14.
100.
Just how that weight of the dart manifests itself as the day gets older. I believe those darts will get tighter together. And speaking as someone who has analysed the game of Warburton at close quarters over the last 18 months. But unfortunately for Mike, if he doesn't do something magical here, he might be analysing his game for quite a while before he returns.
100.
Because indeed that game with Girvin is his next game in match 8. Still possible. 57 ball.
.43.
Just seemed to go next door too much there, didn't he?
180.
Seemed to push the dart to the right ever so slightly on 2 of the 3 occasions. 60 needed for Warby, which is missed.
94.
But he does get the setup.
Scott, you
He
require
now has
67.
to put his hands together and pray that he's coming back. One dart for the match.
47.
And it's one dart for the match missed.
Mike, you require 24.
For the start of the fight back, double 12 is needed.
Game
And
shot on
double
the
12
fifth
is
leg.
found.
Mike Warburton.
You wouldn't think that usually that kind of dart that missed the double 12 by 3/4 of an inch will be a guide, but you'd be wrong because he clattered into the flight and it did
Sixth
find
leg,
its way
it's
into double
Mike
12
to
for
throw
3-2.
first. Game on.
Well, Mike does use a moulded flight, which is quite thick in microns. That is
26.
what's used to measure the thickness of a flight. It's probably around 175 to 200 microns thick, whereas the moulded flight of Scott Marsh here, which is
60.
a flight that will be delivered to you in plastic, that is pre-folded, of course. It's in its shape that it should be without you having to fan it out.
140.
It's become a very popular piece of kit over the last 4 or 5 years. But the micron of Scott's flight, I think, is smaller. It looks a lot more flexible to me,
100.
which would make the flight a lot lighter. There are so many different combinations out there. And when you are choosing
100.
your chosen weapons, it's not just about how it looks, it's about how it behaves. And we have two players here who definitely know what they need to use. Throughout 2021,
97.
their setups have not changed. Apart from maybe Scott Marsh going from a folded flight to a moulded flight. But it's still the same shape.
137.
Great fight back here from Warburton. And just when you think Scott Marsh is cruising at 4-1, he's in a spot of bother.
Mike, you require 98.
He does have in the bank the possibility of serving it out in leg 7. And that leaves 77.
40.
And it's a bit messy, but he can put it all right next time.
$51.
Again, he goes next door.
Mike, you require 58.
And can only leave 135. Warburton should be licking his chops here. Again, it's the big miss on the double.
Game
But
shot
the
on the
second
sixth
shot
leg.
at it is perfectly measured.
Mike Warburton.
And we are now at 3-3. It will be Scott Marsh to serve first in this final leg. But this one is a bit of a 50-50 call. I'm not sure who's going to win this one.
7th and final leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, at this juncture, why don't we mention the
60.
fact that 2021 has given us incredible highlights at the Online Darts Live League. There will be plenty of action for you in the coming 3 weeks. Not just this week, but the next 2 weeks, of course, all in qualification for
100.
Champions Week in the middle of September. Add to that a couple of European Tour events in the PDC circuit in Budapest and Gibraltar. It's a darts fest as we edge towards autumn.
33.
But if you are choosing to get in touch with us today at Darts Live League on Twitter, of course, why don't you tell us about your favourite highlight of 2021 so far
97.
here at the league? Because there have been plenty. What about that 118 average in the first phase from Jason Askew? What about that 170 in the first leg of the day from Scott Marsh today?
134.
What about those 2-9 darters from James Richardson? One against his own kid.
$100.
One more mistake from Marsh, and Warburton's in. But the mistake isn't coming. Does need another treble. And finds it to leave the finish. He covets the maximum. And he finds it.
180.
Oh, that's extraordinary hitting from Mike Warburton. He's not going to have his heart broken by Scott Marsh on the 140. But
50.
Warburton was 3-1 up against Beveridge and lost. He was 3-1 down to Scott Marsh and needs double six. And gets the win. So he turns things around, and you can see from Mike Warburton's face there how much that meant to him. And you just get the feeling on a Monday morning in a Group A that someone who's had an early big hit on the chin just comes back with a haymaker of his own. And as you can see, the average is slightly better than what he did in his previous game, and the performance overall was all about the comeback. So well done, Warby. You are back in the fight. Marsh stays on 0 points. There are 4 players on 2 points now. And it is Jared Cole and Richie Burnett going to do battle in match number 5. Match number 5 will bring to a close the first third of action today at the Online Darts Live League. And things are in their early stages when it comes to this league, but you can't afford to keep
first against
losing
Richie to throw first.
if you're Richie Burnett.
Game on.
His second match is about to commence with the throw. And he's going to have to beat Jared Cole here, who did win his first game
100.
against Scott Marsh by 4-2. They do have some experience of playing against each other in two different arenas.
57.
They had two matches in consecutive days on the 24th and 25th of June, and the spoils were shared. The first game going to Jared Cole by 4-1, and then Richie absolutely obliterating Jared the next day by 4-0.
100.
But they did play each other a couple of years ago in the Challenge Tour, and that one went to Richie Burnett as well.
36.
Now Richie will be somewhat aghast that he lost by 4-2 against Nathan Girvin in his first match.
140.
That will have been very unexpected when he was in a very comfortable position at 2-1 up and sitting on a shot for 3-1.
100.
He ended up losing it by 4-2 purely because Nathan's proclivity
96.
to hit doubles was so much better. Their averages, in fact, were very similar, both averaging 88, but Richie only 13% on his doubles.
55. Jared
Nathan
require
Girvin's 50.
108.
The 57 is blocked, not impossible. There's your proof. That was a really pure shot for double 16.
92. Richie require 110.
This is where you can't stray into the 1 or the 5. He might stay there. And does for double 15.
Game
Beautifully
shot
done.
First leg.
That was crafted
Richie Burnett.
so well. And that deserves an instant replay because you can see the guide for the 60 was so good that going to the open treble 18 would have been a mistake.
Game on.
That first start at the 60, even though it was missed, it made the 60 look bigger.
96.
Beautifully done from Burnett, who traditionally would have gone for the open bed, but is starting to understand what his darts can do from a collision perspective
44.
a little bit more this year.
$139.
There is an old saying that there is more than one way to skin a cat. Well, I like cats, so I don't want to see them skinned. So why don't we just say there's more than one way to hit 110?
100.
Whatever you're doing this week, whether you're tuning in
180.
on a very well-deserved day off, we hope you're enjoying the action. You may be watching from work. We hope you're allowed to. The Online Darts YouTube channel for the Live League
123.
is for your enjoyment. It's not to get you in
86.
trouble. Jared Cole's in no trouble here. He can just easily set up the shot
54.
and does. Doesn't get to a finish, and it looks like
Jared require 32.
Richie Burnett is going to relinquish this second leg. This is tricky. Has to go through the posts. He's chosen the right-hand side.
No score.
And that was, for me, the most difficult angle. All of a sudden, Richie Burnett believes he might get a shot.
131.
That's not the end of the world.
Jared require 32.
It won't please him,
Game
but Jared takes double 8 anyway, so it didn't matter in the end. You will see a lot of head shaking and some joy from Richie Burnett today, but even that missed single it shouldn't really play on his
But
mind
it's
because
Richie
it
to
didn't
throw
make any
first.
difference.
Game on.
As far as running averages are concerned for people coming into today's group, because we are seeing players just gather their thoughts and gather their form in their first couple of matches for this group.
60.
We're not seeing their full capabilities yet, but if we look at their running averages coming into this group, there's one player who stands atop that, and that is Richie Burnett, averaging 89.13.
83.
Now, I have to emphasize a little bit more with that, because 89 as an average is pretty decent, but he's done that over 136 matches. That's very difficult. The likes of Warburton on an average of around 88
100.
for his 86 matches. And Darren Beveridge around 86. These players, when you look at the stats, are very
140.
tightly packed. They've got very similar averages. They've got incredibly similar checkered percentages. It's one of the reasons why this group looks so good.
94.
Burnett's starting to make his move. As each leg goes by, he is starting to score a little bit more heavily.
59. Richie require 84.
He's got 6 darts from here. How good is that treble 20?
Game shown the
How
third
good
leg.
is that 84 checkout?
Richie Burnett.
Now, if you went to a darting encyclopedia and you looked up an 84 checkout, that's pretty much what you would find. Absolutely perfect from Burnett for 2-1.
Jared to throw first. Game on. $97.
For someone who really did suffer because of missed doubles in his previous match, he is starting to find something rather good here. A high checkout of 110 and the 84.
57.
Now he gets his first 180 and the average starts to climb. He has not missed a double yet. Jared Cole is in danger here.
$43.
The one thing we have not seen from any player all year long
60.
in Group A is an undefeated streak in the entire group. We have seen players win 13 matches from 15, which to me is incredibly
41.
admirable. But nobody has won all of the games, or indeed won 14 of 15.
100.
We've seen great efforts from the likes of Martin Thomas, Warby, of course, who got 26 points from 30 in his first campaign. Martin Adams has had a great shout in Group A. I'm sure we'll see more of Martin in the coming weeks.
$137.
Jared Cole is not finished. He's going to be under pressure, though.
99.
Well, I get the feeling that
Jared
Richie thinks
records
this leg
50.
is over. Because as soon as he missed the 60 with that second dart, he thought the leg was done, and he was wrong. He is very fortunate
Richie
that in throwing that third dart away, found the double 19, which gave him an easier shot. Well, that is very difficult now because a treble is still needed. And the treble is not found.
41. Jared, you require 10.
Jared cannot keep missing doubles.
Game
And
shown
doesn't.
a 4 flag.
That's a really good double
Jared
5.
Cole.
That'll settle him down a little bit because sometimes when he gets into this mold of missing doubles, it feeds into other legs.
Fifth
And
leg,
that
it's
might just
Richie to
boost his
throw
confidence
first.
going into leg 5.
Game on.
funnily enough, the last
100.
time that Richie Burnett and Jared Cole played each other on the 25th of June, Richie Burnett won by 4 legs to 0 and didn't miss a double.
100.
It was 4 from 4 with an average of 93.94, which is even 16 darters.
100.
He still hasn't missed a double in this match. But in the last leg, he failed to get a shot at a double from 81, which was the mistake.
41.
It's going to be an all-Scotland battle next between Beveridge and Girvin.
59.
We'll talk more about the state of Scottish darts when that match goes on. But right now, it's England versus Wales.
55.
And there have been plenty of great rivalries between the English and the Welsh over the years. Even when the World Championship was just a twinkle in someone's eye, there were
83.
rivalries between the likes of Lowe and Rees, Evans and Bristow. Cole going bullseye first on 305. A great shout.
95.
A great shout. He is such a good counter. For me, Jared Cole is one of the most intelligent counters out there.
Correct. 93.
Nicely from Richie, but that was a risky dart going for the treble 13 on 79. Because now he's got the trickier 2-darter.
140.
And that's
Richie
emphasised
66.
a little bit more now with Jared joining him in that range. Double top.
26.
Oh, and the dart was in the way. Even if he was going for the right-hand side of the bed, he
Jared
must have
requires
pulled that
70.
one. And Jared has a chance to be up.
54.
Big, big chance gone.
Richie, you require 40.
Tops. That's not a good dart. That's flattened out a bit.
No score.
How has that missed? He can't believe it. And Jared knows from his
Jared, you
experience
require 16.
that when Richie misses like that, he's going to retreat on the oche. So Jared gave himself some space. Well, that is a really tricky one now, but the third dart was an absolute ripper.
Go.
Well, well, well. Here's me thinking that the flight is in the way because it skews into the hole of the 8. And he threw it straight away and it goes
Sick
in.
flag, it's
What a
Jared
shot
to
from
throw
Jared
first.
Cole.
Game on.
There was a famous deflection at one of the last Players' Championships with Johnny
57.
Clayton where he went for a 180 with his third dart and it bounced off a flight and went into the 54. Well, that collision between Jared Cole's second dart and the
140.
first was very reminiscent of that, but it didn't stop him from hitting the double 8. And it's not stopping him
180.
from steaming forward in this match as well. I do get the feeling that that double 8 from Cole is going to make it to
140.
YouTube. It's one of the best darts I've seen this year.
44.
He does need some lessons on how to hold a belt, though. He does have the MAD World Championship belt, but his picture, which you will see in the lead up to some of his matches today, it includes him holding the belt wrong, in my opinion. But Richie Burnett has been holding the darts brilliantly and propelling them perfectly over the last few seconds
60.
because he's back in the match now.
Richie required 41.
Double 16.
Game
And double
shown the
8 is
sick
found this
flag.
time by Burnett.
Richie Burnett.
So it's 3-3, and we're getting more and more proof as to how tight this group could be because all of the matches, well, most of them
Seventh
are
and
going the
final
distance.
is Richie to throw first. Game on.
4-2, 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, and it will be another 4-3 here.
45.
If indeed you think you know who's going to win this group, or indeed this match.
100.
You may know a little bit more than me. But if indeed you are choosing to have a little flutter or a gamble on one of the matches or the outcome of the group, please remember it is only for people over the age of 18. Please gamble responsibly and go to begambleaware.org for more information. It's tied on the score, it's tied in the legs. They can't be separated.
100.
But maybe Burnett having the darts, which is something I said at the very beginning of this match,
58.
could be the key separator. He's in.
100.
Just the once. Jared needs to be in there twice. He needs another from somewhere.
94.
Just comes up a little short, but he does get to a finish.
116.
Perfect first dart. And it's one dart for the match.
76.
Now if Jared Cole hits this
Jared,
164,
164.
we might need Burnett cam again. Another. For the bull. Oh, it clips the wire. He thought it was in when he threw it, and I think Richie Burnett thought that the match was gone as well.
40.
An extraordinary effort from Jared Cole. Still tops.
20.
And it doesn't get hit. That's 4 match darts missed at the same bed. And Jared Cole may look to double 8 again. He won't.
Yes.
He's missed the single. So he's thinking more about hitting the single here, which he finds. And finds the double as well. And that will really twist the knife into the solar plexus of Richie Burnett. You can see that Burnett was the better player. He had the biggest finish. He had the same 180s as Cole in the end. He had more 140s. He had the better average, but he didn't get the points. Jared Cole is the first person to 4 points for the day. That was something out of the extraordinary, in my opinion, for an 80s average match. Well, Burnett is gone, and he is at the basement of the table. But Darren Beveridge and Nathan Girvin are about to do an all-Scottish clash, so stay tuned for that one. Match number 6 about to commence. An all-Scottish clash between Darren Beveridge and Nathan Girvin. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this one because one of these competitors is about to join Jared Cole on 4 points. Darren Beveridge has had a bit of time to wait for his second match. He played in match 2 against Mike Warburton. One less game to wait for Nathan, who put Richie Burnett to the sword.
First, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
The shortest game we've seen today is 4 legs to 2. There's no reason to think that this game is going to be any different. These two have met in an online darts Live League match before.
140.
In fact, they've met twice. And it is 1 game all. So this is the separator for the head-to-head.
100.
But they will play each other 3 times this week. In an all-Scottish clash.
140.
That almost looks to the future of Scottish darts. There's been a lot made of Nathan Girvin for the last 4 or 5 years. Because he has graced the Lakeside stage a couple of times. For the World Youth Championship in the BDO. Lost out to 2 heavyweights.
93.
In Leighton Bennett and Justin Van der Gouw. But he's only young and his career is only starting. But the same could be said for Darren Beveridge. No shot at bullseye for Nathan.
56.
Gives an outside chance
Darren
to Beveridge.
160.
Getting easier. Getting a lot easier.
Game
and he's got it.
First leg.
What a superb shot from Ice Cold. And that was Ice Cold from the big man. That one definitely deserves the instant replay. A wonderful shot.
Nathan to throw
and
first.
His confidence is going to brim after that one.
$45. $180.
I said his confidence was going to brim. There's more proof of it. Darren Beveridge is the kind of player
140
that is ready to explode. The challenge tour rankings don't tend to lie much.
121.
Oh, and he really should have hit another 60 there. That's why he had that little grimace at the end, because it was so inviting. And back in the leg is Girvin.
180.
They're going hell for leather here, these two.
40.
Yeah, Scottish darts is not in a bad place
36.
with these two coming through. And look what Beveridge has left again.
44.
Could he possibly take out 2 of them?
160.
There's your answer.
42.
It's the opposite end of the scale to the last effort on a 160. But Girvin might go double-double here. And I think 52. With Darren Beveridge on 118, the double-double shot, there's a bit of a 50-50 call.
58. Nathan, you require 40.
Tops it is.
Game shot on the
holds
second.
Very, very well.
Nathan,
and just watch out with Nathan Girvin's game. He may not be the biggest scorer in this group, but his doubles are very, very impressive. And he does need them from time to time.
First. Game on.
Now, we all need good doubles. But for the players that don't have that huge scoring prowess,
41.
You need your doubles a little bit more. You might only get 1 shot at a double, whereas the heavy scorers might get 3.
40.
Now, when you look at Nathan Girvin's stats from his time here in 2021, 32 matches, 12 wins,
60.
an average of just around 82.5. He's got the lowest win percentage of anybody. But the key statistic for me
97.
is that his checkout percentage of 33% is hovering around all of his competitors in this group. So when he's getting a shot at double,
58.
he is taking it out with the same regularity as Beveridge, as Cole, as Warburton, Marsh and Burnett.
41.
Technically, I don't think he's the finished article. But I do think he's getting there. All you can do at his age is go in the right direction. His biggest asset right now is his brain.
59.
Because that is the blanket for his temperament and his ability to think a game.
81.
His temperament for me is faultless. That's a faultless first dart.
100.
Not happy
Darren
leaving
Beveridge,
164. You
136.
wanted to leave 124. That's a great last start from Darren.
Nathan, you require 164.
Just took a bit of a pause to find a gap. Two treble 19s for Bull
64.
was the try, trying to
Darren, you
emulate
require 36.
somewhat the effort of Jared Cole in the last match. The double 18 for Beveridge will give him the lead back.
18.
He doesn't find it.
Nathan, you
So
require
this could be
100.
a key break of throw if Nathan finds 100 points. 5 19s. And he misses the double
62.
on this occasion. That's what I
Darren,
mean
you
about getting the
require
one
18.
shot at double instead of 2 or 3.
Game shot
Double
on the
9
third
is
leg.
found. And Darren Beveridge, you would say, is noted as more of a power scorer. So you would think he's going to get more chances at the outer ring. If he keeps scoring well and doubling at
Well,
this
it's
rate,
Nathan to
he
throw
should nick it.
first. Game on.
Thank you to a couple of people who have got in touch with me on social media.
100.
I was talking about people's highlights of 2021 so far. And someone has got in touch saying, my highlight from the Online Darts Live League so far has to be the brilliant comeback from Fallon Sherrick
100.
against Darren Monk in Champions Week in Phase 3. Because they only started watching in Phase 3. Where were you before that?
140.
Well, thanks for tuning in today. Let's not dwell on the past. But thanks for getting in touch. And Ivan Bell has got in touch as well,
91.
saying that he has liked, as a general thing, seeing the likes of Mark Webster, Richie Burnett, Osborne, and other players on the fringe getting a chance.
55.
I couldn't agree more with you, Ivan. I think it's something that the Online Darts Live League should be very proud of, giving you the opportunity to see new talent coming through
60.
and indeed existing talent having another crack. I really do hope we'll see more of Mark Webster. He looked very good at times in
138.
Phase 3.
$96.
Not the
Nathan,
most
you're
amount of
68.
pressure that Darren could have applied on this shot for Nathan. He was looking at treble 12 for double 16. Tops.
48.
That's an outside chance for
Darren, you
Beveridge
require
for a 3-1 lead.
82. Nathan, you require 20.
You would expect Nathan Girvin to take this double 10. And he
10.
doesn't. Very frustrated at that
72.
effort, and I don't blame him. Because Beveridge is in now with one clean shot at tops.
52.
The line was perfect,
Nathan,
but
you
the
require
dart just
10.
died in the air. One shot double 2 to save it.
6.
And this is blowing his
Darren, you
performance
require 20.
the wrong way. Beveridge at double 10. Getting closer. Oh, just
Darren
in the
Beveridge.
corner. Well, the first dart was miles away. Then all of a sudden, the second one gets a little bit to the halfway point, and the third dart was right in the
Fifth leg,
corner.
it's Darren
So it is
to throw
3-1.
first. Game on.
I think even Darren would admit that those 3 darts were thrown at double 10.
100.
And all 3 weren't his best, but at least one of them was in.
60.
There's been much made of the last couple of years about nicknames that have replicated themselves.
60.
And indeed, there's a couple of stories when it comes to nicknames in relation to other players with our competitors today. There's a lot of people call Nathan Girvin
34.
NVG. Not M for mother, N for Nathan. NVG.
59.
Similarly, of course, to the great Michael van Gerwen. I mentioned Louis Williams earlier, who has the same sort of hairstyle as Nathan Girvin.
100.
He's got the Prince of Wales, and he had the respect for Richie Burnett, one of our other competitors today, to get in touch with Richie to see whether he could
60.
use the Prince of Wales, which I think is a great mark of respect for the former world champion.
$97.
I'd like to tell you the rest of the story when it comes to Louis Williams phoning Richie about that, but I think Louis needs to tell that at some point. It's a glorious tale.
140. Nathan,
I
you
don't want to
require
spoil that story at
110.
all. 51 for tops. And the man with the surname of Beveridge, who was always going to be called
82.
ice cold, it just rolls off
Darren,
the
you
tongue
require
well,
82.
is looking at 4-1 and double 16.
Game
Just
shot
very,
on the
very
match.
tidy.
Darren
The 17
Beveridge.
darter is good enough to get the job done. There you see a perfect bullseye and a great double 16, nowhere near the wires. And that will fill him full of confidence. He now joins Jared Cole towards the top of the table on 4 points. It wasn't his best performance, though. Only an 80 average, 36% on doubles. That highlight, of course, was the 160 checkout. But there's so many gears to find for Darren Beveridge before we finalise this group on Wednesday lunchtime. As far as the next game is concerned, Richie Burnett will play his 3rd match of the day, and he's still looking for his first points against Scott Marsh. It could be a good chance to get them. Hello and welcome back. Match number 7 is about to commence between the two players who are yet to register a victory today, but one of them is about to get off the mark. I suppose the question is, who's it going to be? Richie Burnett has not had a great deal of time to let that heartbreaking defeat to Jared Cole in match 5 sink in. But Scott Marsh has had a little bit more time to stop reeling from losing from 3-1 up against Mike Warburton in match 4. But whoever loses this match will be rooted at the bottom of the table going into their fourth match of the day.
Game on.
So this is match 7 of 15. We're getting very close to the middle match of the day.
100.
So at this point, in my opinion, all of the early morning cobwebs should be shaken off by the players, and we should now expect some of their best performances.
55.
But at this stage, after 2 games played by all players, this is how the table stands. Darren Beveridge is at the top with 4 points and a leg difference of +4. Jared
98.
Cole on 4 points also, but a leg difference of +3. Mike Warburton, 2 points and an all-square leg difference. 1 leg ahead of Nathan Girvin, who was also on 2 points. And then you have these 2 players on 0 points. But Richie Burnett has the inferior leg difference of -3, whereas Scott Marsh is -1. It's not all done and dusted. But these players really do start to panic if they don't get a win by their 4th or 5th game on Monday. You're just leaving yourself with more
45.
to do. And the more you lose, the more your confidence will start to fall down the rabbit hole.
$140.
Well, I, for me, just can't understand how Scott Marsh fit that 3rd dart in the 60. They are very bulbous barrels that he uses. And that was
100.
a millimetre perfect. In
Scott,
fact, a
68.
micron perfect dart he threw there. He does have an incredible level. And he has tops for the first leg.
28.
Richie Burnett way back on 243. But Marsh, who played in the Live League in 2020 from his garage during the height of the lockdown,
100.
has been in the
Scott,
studio plenty this year
40.
and has played well in both environments. Can he find tops from the left-hand side of the hockey?
No score.
The answer is no.
Richie require 143.
Richie seems to be sizing up Marsh in this first leg.
98.
He does not
Scott,
have
you
the
require
darts in this
40.
match. So Marsh would be
Game's
the
on
fancy
first
player,
leg.
you feel.
Scott
And that
Marsh.
first leg is defended very well by Scott Marsh. I'll be really fascinated to see what kind of Richie Burnett effort comes out in leg 2, because you
Second
can't
leg is
afford to
Richie
let
to
your
throw
opponents get big
first.
leads.
Game on.
Not when you're constantly losing matches. Constantly is a bit strong because he's only lost 2 matches so far.
121.
But you have to get early confidence boosts on a Monday if you are going to challenge for the top spot. I haven't played
100.
in the 2021 Online Darts Live League. But I think if I were, I would use Monday as a way of getting myself
55.
up towards the top half of the table. Tuesday is about making sure I'm in contention for Wednesday, and then you hit the accelerator on the Wednesday.
100.
There's been a lot of people getting in touch with us via the Q&A section of the finals pre-show asking about
100.
international players. Well, of course, because of COVID restrictions, we have focused our efforts on British players. And indeed, going forward, we'd love to have some Dutch players, some people from around the world.
80.
But that is dependent, of course, on what is happening around the world. Some professional players, and indeed some people outside the 128 tour card holders will be travelling to Budapest next week, and indeed Gibraltar at the end of September.
131.
But to echo the sentiments of a lot of players, they are
125.
incredibly grateful for what the Online Darts Live League has given them this year. Richie Burnett is going to try and give us a 25 bull. Oh, Richie! Too good! Too good!
9. Scott, you require
The amount
9.
of times that happens, it's uncanny. Is Scott going to leave the bull? Yes, he loves a bullseye.
65.
Not on this occasion.
Richie requires 16.
Double 8. Shouldn't be too much in the way. He should be able to use that from the right-hand side. Doesn't need it anymore.
Game
Ooh,
shown
double
the
fours
second
hit
leg.
right at the bottom. Richie Burnett Cam never lets us down. Never lets us down, does it? And that's the second time today he's hit that double 4 right in the bottom corner. Precariously close to double 13.
Game on.
I think that was a somewhat ironic celebration based on what has happened to him on the doubles today so far. In his 4-2 loss to Nathan Girvin, he had 13% on doubles. Against Jared Cole, it was 25%.
125.
But against Cole early, he was 2 from 2. One of the things I love about sport is the reaction of a participant or player immediately after something happens. The adrenaline
83.
cannot hide the emotion. We saw yesterday that Southampton goal against Manchester United, and you saw the reaction of Bruno Fernandes after he thought he was fouled. And we see the reaction from Scott Marsh when he hits the 180 there. We see the reaction from Richie Burnett when he hits that double.
60.
You might ask me as a commentator, what do I watch when I watch these matches? I watch the player. I don't watch the board. I like to see what's going through the player's mind.
78.
He's going to get onto a finish now, and it's going to be very small. Beautifully done.
180.
From the biggest 180 hitter
Scott, you require
in the Online Darts Live League. Well, in this group anyway. That leaves 90. And he very nearly gets the 54. He had so many other options. Even with that blocked bed, he could have gone for 60 double 15. Tops bull or reverse.
31.
But he went for the blocked bed.
Richie required 53.
Burnett needs 53 points. Almost gets the treble, but does get the double.
Richie
and he's on a roll once again. He's 2-1 up as Richie Burnett, but he has had a lead more than once today. He's now got to solidify this, and if he finds a win here, he could take some stopping after this.
Game on.
Playing this format, and indeed all of the formats within sports like this,
49.
it's about small victories adding up to a victory at the end. You can still get all of the little victories, but if you don't get the victory at the end, you will feel deflated. It's a bit like a boxer landing a lot of punches in the fight, but ultimately being knocked out. Over the weekend, I refreshed my memory of the Tony Bellew and Alexander Usyk fight. Bellew had his moments,
140.
but ultimately Usyk just tore him apart. Now, Richie Burnett has landed a lot of blows today, as has Scott Marsh. But as of yet, they have not found the knockout punch.
93.
Doesn't like that collision.
100.
And that resulted in the third dart being much more difficult to get that 140. Marsh on the same score that Burnett had when he got that ton.
100.
And he gets the same result. Now, they have played each other on 2 occasions in the Online Darts Live League, as Burnett looks for the maximum to leave 32.
140.
You see how much he doesn't like coming up short with that third dart. But it is 1 match all between these two. Both occasions, it was 4 legs to 1.
60. Richie requires 72.
Scott won the first one. Richie won the second one. Single 20 for tops. For 3-1 up.
32.
And the way Richie's day has gone
Scotty
so
require
far,
152.
Scott Marsh probably hits this. But happily enough for Richie Burnett, he does not.
140.
But he does leave double 6.
Richie require 40.
So Richie is forewarned. He's just doing a bit of pre-throw prep there to make sure the angle of the arm is right.
Game shot on
And
the
he finds it
fourth
this
leg.
time. And that was
Richie Burnett.
his big problem in his previous match against Jared Cole. Too many misses at double top. In fact, I believe there were at least 6 of them,
Fifth
but
leg,
not on this
Scott to
occasion.
throw first. Game on.
It's tidy from both players, both averaging 88. We're seeing a lot of that today from these players.
140.
You've seen 89s and 88s from most players so far. Nobody has yet gone over a 90 average. But it's only a matter of time
83.
before somebody does. And indeed, when they go over 90, they'll probably go over 100. We've seen great statistics from Burnett at times this year.
59.
In fact, his best average this year so far is 109.31, which he hit against his good friend Robert Thornton.
140.
Scott Marsh's best average is 105.26. But his live league best is 114, which was last year.
126.
Burnett is not going to get to a finish.
100.
And he doesn't want to be looking over his shoulder too long, because we've already seen today 2 players lose from 3-1 up. And one of them was Scott Marsh. Funnily enough,
60.
against a Welshman. The other Welshman in this field, who will join us for the next match against Nathan Girvin.
100.
Solid ton for Burnett, who sets up 78
Scotty
for the
require
match,
160.
providing Scott misses this. But it's very gettable. More so now. The flat angle of that dart means he has to go left. And he finds the single. It was a bit tricky, that.
Game shot on the
That was
fifth leg.
perfectly done.
Scott Marsh.
That is someone who really does know how his darts behave. If he'd have gone for that single 19 on that exchange from the
Sixth
original
leg, it's
angle
Richie
on
to
the
throw
ocky,
first.
there's every chance it could
Game
have
on.
cascaded back into the 57 and given himself a shot at double one instead of double top. Well thought out by Scott Marsh.
45.
And now he has a chance of doing to Burnett what Warburton did to him in match number 4.
$43.
It's really good to be back in the commentary booth today. My first time back
100.
since before the World Match Play, where we saw Peter Wright boss that tournament. You might ask me what I've been doing with my other time. Well, I've had a second operation on my left elbow, which I can confirm to you today is quite painful.
123.
But it's great to be back. And I have to thank everybody here at the Online Darts Live League for having me here so much in 2021. I know that Chris Mason and Chris Murphy feel the same.
100.
It's a great insight into who's playing well outside of the professional ranks. But in the case of someone like Chaz Barstow, we're talking about someone who has played a lot of Live League
99.
darts this year and who is currently in a World Championship qualification spot because of his ability to play both as an alternate for the Pro Tour and here.
140.
It's a bit of a hot topic right now. And that might be something that is discussed tonight with the Online Darts Live Lounge, which will take place tonight on this YouTube channel.
100.
Indeed, if you're tuning in via
Richie requires
the streaming services of your
160.
favoured bookmaker, why don't you subscribe to Online Darts on YouTube and tune in for that, as Richie Burnett will set up a match dart. Oh, he won't! Richie.
49, yeah.
The emotion on his face is evident for all to see.
84.
It
Scott,
will
you
all be
require
forgotten
136.
if Marsh misses this and he takes 32. He gets the first piece of the puzzle.
100.
He now needs to hit double 16 to prevent Scott Marsh
Richie, you require
from getting
32.
closer.
Game
And Richie Burnett
shot
does
and a
not make the
match.
mistake
Richie
that he
Burnett.
made a little bit earlier on. He does get his first 2 points, and it is Scott Marsh who is rooted at the bottom of the table on 0 points after his first 3 matches in Group A. You can see that we've just had our first 2 90-plus averages, so statistically, that is the best game that we've seen today. 50% on the doubles for Richie Burnett. That's the encouraging sign. So maybe now he's starting to kick in. Will it be the same for Nathan Girvin and Mike Warburton as they play the middle match of Monday's group games? And they're just coming up in a few moments' time. Welcome back, and in our last match where we saw Richie Burnett get the win by 4-2, we were guaranteed that someone would get to 2 points. In this one, the middle match of the day, match number 8, we are guaranteed to see someone get to 4. The question is, will it be Nathan Girvin or Mike Warburton? 36-year-old from North Wales, trying to follow in the footsteps in his career of Mark Webster and Martin Phillips, great North Welsh dart players.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Nathan Girvin from the northeast of Scotland, probably trying to follow in the footsteps of the likes of John Henderson and Alan Suter.
60.
Alan Suter is, of course, Nathan Girvin's mentor, and Alan has done phenomenal things for the youth game in Scotland that cannot be forgotten.
140.
Not just that, but Alan Suter is quite the player himself, doing very, very well on tour this year. Well, Mike Warburton has played a couple of Players' Championships this year. Hasn't had a great deal of success, but he can look at the Players' Championship experience this year that he gets as a bonus. Just a little taster, maybe, of what lies in his future. The immediate future for him is to try and get to 4 points
100.
to join Darren Beveridge and Jared Cole. And they will do battle next. So we are guaranteed to get someone to 6 points
190.
in match number 9. But so far today, Warburton has worked very, very hard. He has gone the distance twice. Lost to Darren Beveridge by 4-3 after being 3-1 up.
Nathan, you require
But then he reversed that by winning from 3-1 down. Tops for a 145.
105.
Well, I mentioned that Nathan
145.
was named NVG. Well, that 145 is famous for MVG because he hit that 145 to win his first
45.
PDC ranked major.
Nathan, you require 40. Game shot on the
Tops is
first
found,
leg.
and Nathan Girvin has a very, very strong 13-dart break in this first leg of the match. I get the feeling that Mike Warburton should be warned here, because if NVG is looking very promising at the start, he might be hard to stop.
Game on.
We've got a couple of players today who subscribe to the old school way of nicknaming. We've got Warby and Marshy. Then we've got something more creative with Richie Burnett, of course, the Prince of Wales.
81.
I do believe that Jared Cole is called the King of the Castle. I'm not really sure why. I should really know that. I used to sit with Jared at Players' Championship events for a good year. That's the kind of information I really should know. One thing I do know is that
57.
Warburton is going to have to be very, very smart from this point. He can't afford to let Nathan Girvin run, because he strikes me as the kind of young player who can front run really well when he gets a good start.
100.
It's going to be a long week for some of these players.
66.
And if they want to get through to finals night on Saturday, where you've got to make the top 3, of course, of finals night to get into Champions Week, which will start on September the 13th.
45.
If you do that by playing Group A and either Group B or C and finals night 6 days in a row, and in Nathan's case, and of course
30.
Jared's as well, after playing 3 days of development tour as well, that's a bit of a slog. That's a stint.
$54.
Still got a chance here, Girvin. It's a very positive first dart. Intelligently goes to the 17s there.
Mike require 124.
To leave himself on 100. But Warburton is not scoring particularly well in this match. But he might be finishing this second leg.
99.
Give it a scare.
Nathan, you require 100.
This would be very, very handy. Double 10.
90.
That one was pulled.
Mike,
Whenever you see
25.
the dart that far inside, that is a pull. Can Warburton break back?
Game
Double four comes to his rescue.
Mike Warburton.
And he is having to work so hard for all of the legs he's getting today. But one thing you can never do with Mike Warburton is count him out. He is a
Third
grafter.
leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Lots of people getting in touch to say that they are watching on. And one of our regulars, the wee man,
60.
Stuart McNally. Hello to you, Stuart. Thanks for tuning in and sending your picture of watching
55.
both the golf and the darts at the same time. You must have a day off to be able to watch both of those. He sent a great picture on Twitter of his TV and his iPad with both the sports on and his lunch next to it. That's a man who's
60.
prepared for his darting pleasure for today. I like that. Preparation is key.
For
things like that.
180.
And our viewer, the wee man, Stuart McNally, I'm sure is cheering on Darren Beveridge and Nathan Girvin, his countryman.
60.
It can be a very confusing sport
59.
these days, darts, because we've got Gerwin Price, a Michael van Gerwen, a Nathan Girvin. It all sounds the same. There's a Dirk van Duivenbode, a Mike van Duivenbode. You've got to know your names.
100.
You've got to know your game as well if you're going to defeat any of those players.
$59.
Warburton may have to use the 18s here. Might not have to. He doesn't have to. But he does get to a finish anyway. That's really, really good from him.
Score was 59, I called.
Just a bit of a correction there on our score. Nathan does require 148.
Nathan, you require 148.
Biggest finish of the day was in the first leg of the day from Scott Marsh, who banked a big fish. We've also had a 160 from Darren Beveridge. Could we get a 141 from Warby? That was not far away from hitting that treble 19 to leave a shot at double 12.
81. Nathan, you require 93.
Options here. Now it's two double tops. Oh, look at this lie.
73.
Just didn't throw it hard enough.
Mike,
that reaction from Girvin, I think, was warranted because that was such a great lie. Clean bed for Warburton, and he finds double 10 to get himself in front at 2 legs to 1. Just more proof that he's having to dodge bullets. He's a bit like Neo in the Matrix today, is Mike Warburton. He's dodging bullets. He's coming up good.
Game on. 180.
Nathan Girvin is so close to good form. It's just the small things that are costing him. He was maybe
41.
3 or 4 millimeters away from getting that tops on the 93 checkout there. That would have put him 2-1 up with a 180 start in leg 4.
60.
That would have been a great position to be in, but now it's reversed. He's the one that's 2-1 down.
$100.
This is the first time that these two are playing in an online darts live league match.
44.
And from my research, I can't find any meetings between these two. But they will have been in the same rooms together. They will have played in some BDO tournaments
60.
over the last 2 or 3 years. And indeed, isn't it good to see local tournaments returning in the UK?
139.
In fact, there was a local tournament run in Surrey over the weekend by Sky Sports' very own Laura Turner and her husband Aaron. And that was won by Rob Cross.
100. Nathan,
So
you're
well done to
required
Rob Cross for winning
78.
that one. Just a setup here for Nathan.
38.
And it's done well. Has to switch.
80.
He was forced to by that
Nathan, you're
small
required
one.
40.
McGirvin only needs 1 tops this time.
Game
Double
shot on
10
the
is
four
found.
flare.
And it looks
Nathan
like
Girvin.
once again Mike Warburton is going to have to go to the well for this one if he wants to get 2 more points. This is the middle match of the day, and it is delivering a bit of a nail biter.
Game on. $100.
If you're just tuning in and haven't seen any of this morning's action, as we
45.
just go past the noon mark here in the UK. Couple of wins for Darren Beveridge, couple for Jared Cole. They're both undefeated, and they will go toe-to-toe in the very next match. So please stay tuned for that one if you can.
59.
1 win apiece for these two. And 1 win for Richie Burnett as well. None for Scott Marsh so far. But it's early stages of Group A. As we get a bit of a grimace there from Nathan Girvin. Having to work hard, potentially for his 2nd win of the day.
60.
It's really hard to get wins in this format.
58.
But the more these players play in this format, the more they get used to it. And with their level of experience playing in this year's Online Darts Live League, you feel they're pretty much in tune with what needs to happen now.
100.
Warby was a bit of a mainstay for last year's Live League during lockdown.
60.
A tournament where you had to call your own scores. There were no referees. There were plenty of distractions. Children, dogs, cats, postmen and women.
60.
Power cuts, you name it. We had it in 2020. We had the best curtains and haberdashery in darts from Boris Koltsov when he was playing from his home in Moscow. And of course,
70.
the then record for a live league
Mike
match
require
of 116 was
122.
done against Mike Warburton by Boris Koltsov. Well, that leaves 110. That leaves 50.
85.
And Girvin gets the chance at
Nathan,
128
you require
to be 3-2
128.
up himself. Now, Warburton's got to make a choice here because 37
29.
is a number that players don't leave very often.
37.
Pick a double to leave, then focus on the single that you need to leave said double. He's done that. And he has found the job as well. 3-2 to Warby now, doing a very, very tidy job of palming off Nathan Girvin every time he starts to find something. Can he get another win? Let's find out.
Game on.
If he wants it to be anything but 4-3, he has to win against the Girvin throw right now.
60.
Such a beautiful throw, isn't it? When you talk about technique, about starting points and rhythm, there are lots of analysts within the game these days for different networks, of course. Chris Mason and I work together with the radio and some other analysts within some other networks do like to critique the technique of a lot of players, but I have said for a good couple of years now that technically Mike Warburton is up there with the very, very best. No movement from the back leg, no movement from anything but his throwing arm. It's smooth.
45.
It's rhythmic. That's why I rate this guy. In fact, I believe that two of the best dart throws in the world belong to Mike Warburton and a guy from Austria called Zoran Lurchbacher. They're actually very similar throws. But we have seen that the unconventional can be a little bit of genius as well. We saw that from Phil Taylor. This is the epitome of conventional and repetitive. And it's very, very good. In fact, that's not very good. That's perfect. It should be a case of job done now.
39.
He has lost 4-3 today. He has won 4-3 today. But he should win 4 legs to 2. Double six. And he has won by 4 legs to 2. That was not his best performance, but it still banks him 2 points, and it gets him to 4 points for the day so far. You see, Warburton's average was only 77. The checkouts were okay, and the highest checkout of 60. It's somewhat misleading because at times he was very, very good indeed. But going into his 4th match, he will have won 2 of his 3 games. Girvin with stuff to think about. When it comes to the next match, there's nothing more that needs to be said, really. Both are undefeated. Beveridge versus Cole to see who will remain undefeated for Monday. This one could be very, very good, and we do expect from it because both players have remained undefeated through their first 2 games of the day. But now they go head-to-head to see who makes it to 6 points for Group A first. Beveridge diced with darting death in the early portion of his game against Mike Warburton earlier on. 3-1 down, but managed to win the final 3 legs. A bit more authoritative in his next one, winning 4-1 against Nathan Girvin. But Jared Cole, he's worked really hard for his 4 points. He's had some good displays so far, averaging 89 in beating Scott Marsh.
58.
Then just the 82 average needed to beat Richie Burnett, but that was all about doubles. He was maybe given more chances than he deserved. But sometimes you have to take those gifts.
134.
It has been a very enjoyable morning so far, and I'm happy to say that other people on the Twitter sphere agree.
133.
You're going to see a lot of really good counting from Jared Cole. He strikes me as a very confident young man.
140.
And these two have got very, very bright futures in this beautiful game of darts.
136. Darren, you require.
We are starting to see why they are at the top of the table. Bullseye for the first leg.
105. Jared, you require 40.
Tops. Now tens. And that's a bad early sign on the doubles for Jared.
Darren, you require 25.
Beveridge looking to break.
Game show on the first leg.
With a sneaky little
Darren
double
Beveridge.
8. As you can see, he's only got about a third of the bed to aim at when he goes with that third dart, but it was just enough to get himself a break in the first leg of the contest.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Thank you to Tony Standing for getting in touch with us this morning. Great to see the asset back behind the mic, and I'm loving the Richie Cam action. Well, that's very kind of you to say about myself, but you can never get sick of Richie Burnett Cam. I count myself very fortunate that Richie is part of the schedule this week. He alone is enough to get out of bed for. One of our regulars, Lee Seymour's got in touch, and he's been
57.
banging the drum in getting Anastasia to play. Well, Anastasia did play, of course, last week. So Lee was very happy about that, but he's now trying
60.
to get us to have Steve Coote to play it. Well, I can say one thing, Lee. I know Steve Coote. I haven't seen him in a while, but I do believe he's quite busy at the fire station because he's a white hat, isn't he? He's a very, very high up firefighter.
134.
But if you don't know who Steve Coote is, you should, because he was a fabulous England international about 20 years ago.
95.
An even lovelier guy. So maybe we'll knock on Steve's
76.
fire station door and ask him if he wants to play some online darts live league. We'll see what we can do.
Yes. Correct. 36.
Darren Beveridge is knocking on the door of 2-0. He's fast becoming the man to beat in this group so far. Tops is found. 16 darter for him, and that solidifies his position in the lead in this best of 7 contest. And he is starting to find gears that he has been showing on other Ockies around the world.
Game on.
I say the world, it's a bit of a loose term at the moment. I'll say around the UK. Now, earlier on, I was talking about having a strong Monday is no guarantee of success. If anybody knows that more than
140.
anybody else who's played here, it's Darren Beveridge. When he was playing a few months ago, he had a blistering Monday. He got 10
40.
points from 10, and you thought, this guy's going to win this group. He looks too good for everybody else. The rest of the group, he only won
95.
2 more games. And he was so frustrated not to have made the finals that week.
140.
So he knows that yes, he wants to win the daily table today, but there will still be lots of work to do.
136.
And he knows with Jared in his way here that no lead is safe until the last dart goes in.
140. Jared requires
He's been
40.
here in leg 1. He did that in leg 1.
Game
He
shot.
didn't do that though.
Jared
And that is
Cole.
much tidier than leg 1, because the first time he was there, missed at tops, missed at 10s, missed at 5s. I was worried for Jared, but
Before we
that
get Darren
will
to
stop
throw
the rot.
first. Game on. $60.
There's a good pace about this game. Both are very swift players. They don't mess around.
100.
I mentioned earlier that I used to sit with Jared Cole at Players' Championship events when he was
100.
a junior player coming through the ranks. He was an alternate the entire year. He was in what I like to call these days the Chaz Barstow seat. He picked up some good victories.
61.
That was back in 2018. So he has a lot of experience.
140.
And he was given the nickname Jarhead, just because his first name sounds like Jared. Well, the nickname
58.
sounds like Jared. And he hated it. And he fast learned, because he said he didn't like it, that's why we called him it more.
139.
A little bit of darting banter between the likes of myself, Jared, and his good friend Steve West, who was, of
134.
course, from the same
Darren
neck of the
requires
woods
62.
as Jared Cole. Beveridge looking for a 3-1 lead, needs double 16.
46. Jared
He's
requires
still very close to that.
148.
And Jared can't do anything apart from pressurize.
51.
It's not enough.
Darren, you requires 16. Game
Indeed,
shot
it
the
is not
fourth
enough.
leg.
And Darren Beveridge is getting closer himself to another 2 points to be undefeated after 3 games. This is a very, very good job so far from Ice Cold.
If leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $100.
Upon the completion of 2 games per player after match 6, I did say that
100.
this is the portion of the day where these players really start to find another gear. All of the
58.
stiffness in the arm, the fogginess in the brain from earlier today, that goes after about an hour or 2.
177.
And we are starting to see the real Darren Beveridge now. Averaging 98, the best of the day so far.
96.
And he is 6 darts away from a 4-1 win. Just very, very good. And Jared hasn't played poorly in this match. He's averaging 93.
96.
What we saw in the last match,
84.
you don't have to play your best to win. But this is some of the best from Darren Beveridge.
78.
He misses 2 match darts and leaves himself
Jared
languished on double 3.
151.
Wow. 51 first on a 151. That's
91.
very interesting thinking.
Darren, you requires 6.
Double 3. It's awkward. 2 double 2.
2.
I think that was the right play, but ultimately
Jared, you require
he has now
60.
missed 4 match darts in 2 separate visits. Tops. Well, it's a clean bed.
Game shot on the 5th
And he's
leg.
very, very thankful for
Jared
it.
Cole.
Because the shot at tops was obscured by that single shot. It clattered into the flight. But as soon as he goes to double 10, he gets it for the second time in this match to keep it alive.
To throw first. Game on. $57.
All those 4 missed match darts going to wound
140.
the big man from southeast Scotland. He's another player that hasn't really
59.
fiddled with his equipment this year. I've been keeping a very close eye on what equipment each player is using to see if there have been some minor changes.
57.
As far as Jared and Darren are concerned, they're using exactly the same, I believe, as they were when they joined the Live League earlier this year.
100.
I wonder who's going to challenge for Jared Cole's World MAD crown.
100.
If you want more information on that, please go to the Twitter page or indeed the website for Modern Amateur Darts.
140.
You will see plenty of pictures of the world champion there in Jared, who I'm sure will be part of their marquee events later in December.
140.
Beveridge positions
Jared
himself
64.
if Jared can't find this skin saver. Double 16.
32.
That miss should give Darren Beveridge a 5th. And if he needs it, a 6th match dart.
29.
He's missed them all.
Jared required 32.
It's the only thing he has done wrong in this match. And he might still lose it because Jared Cole somehow is still in this match. And it's very similar to the game he had against Richie Burnett. He had the inferior average and the inferior performance, but he's still in this one.
7th and final leg, it's Jared to throw first.
He's 2 behind in the average. He's got the same doubles percentage.
93.
Neither have hit a 180. He's hit less tons, less 140s, but he's level on the score sheet.
60.
If indeed Cole does go on to win this one,
58.
that's really going to make Beveridge angry.
$100.
That's what we call a disappointing ton because the first dart was so perfect and it wasn't capitalised on.
140.
That one was. And Beveridge is very close to the door.
40.
Now Cole is favoured for this match. I can't believe I've just said that. After the position he was in.
100.
We have seen so many big leads squandered today.
60. Jared require 110.
6 darts from here is a dreamy position. Double 18.
Game shot
that's
and
job
the
done
match
by Jared Cole.
Cole.
And the difference between those two players can be categorised in one line. Jared Cole got a match dart, took it. Darren Beveridge had multiple match darts and could not. Simple as that. You see a 93 average from Cole. He eventually had the better average because of that better last leg. But you have to say, huge chance missed for Beveridge to get to 6 points. It is Cole who is at the top. As far as the next one is concerned, it's Warby against Burnett. In a year where everything has been coming up Wales and darts, it's an all-Welsh clash coming up next. Time for another match, which is a countryman against a fellow countryman. Now it's time for the Welsh derby with Burnett against Mike Warburton. So it's South Wales versus North Wales. And if you think there isn't a north-south divide in Wales, you're very, very wrong. There's a lot made of the north-south divide in England. And so much has been talked about when it comes to what defines the north and south. Well,
okay, first against
there is
Richie
a
to
lot
throw first.
of banter between the North
Game
and
on.
South Walians on tour. Trust me. But the South Walian in Richie Burnett, the former world champion from 26 years ago.
85.
He has the early advantage of throw. But Warburton has been scrapping well today.
100.
You may ask, does Warby have the natural ability of a Burnett? Maybe not. But what they both have is absolutely incredible technique.
180.
For a moment, let's just forget about Richie Burnett's proclivity of the scorpion kick follow through and somewhat injuring
60.
his lower back a lot of the time. If you look at his set position, his stance, his balance, and his forearm position before every dart is thrown, it is absolutely bang on.
100.
And one thing that's forgotten about Richie's technique as well is that it is in constant motion. Warburton here, with his beautiful set position, there's a stop right there. So he holds it still before he throws.
Richie require 136.
But next time you get a chance, look at Richie Burnett. He's constantly moving.
96.
Nice setup. And that is a very, very good start for Richie. Tops after 12. It's got a beautiful ring to it.
$60.
Steady from Warby, but
Richie require
not good
40.
enough. And it is Burnett looking for double 10 now.
20.
And doesn't find anything.
Mike require 141.
And the 141 was very unlikely. The small one does not help his cause.
81.
But just in case Richie has more
Richie
wars on
require
double
20.
10, that was a very handy last dart. Oh, and that's exactly what Warburton was counting on.
No score. Mike
What a
requires
bonus
60.
this is. The North Walian goes north.
40.
It would have been somewhat ironic if he'd have hit double 10, because that is the double that gave Burnett all of his trouble.
Richie required 20.
He'll be hoping he doesn't have any more trouble there. Got to work his way in. Double 5. He can be aggressive now.
15.
But the doubles at points today
Mike required 20.
have really cost him.
Game shot on
But
the
Warburton
first leg.
on that double 10 has
Mike
been
Warburton.
very, very good on the whole. He holds his hand up in apology. That's a mark of respect. I still don't like to see that, even when you do pinch legs like
Second
that.
leg, it's
The
Mike
job
to
is
throw
to win the leg.
first. Game on.
I may talk about it a lot, but you wouldn't see Sevi Ballesteros
100.
hold his hand up and apologise for winning a hole in the Ryder Cup, would you? I can say with all
41.
honesty that I have never, ever held my hand up in apology for winning a leg. Now, you can judge me for that if you wish, but that's just my way of saying my job is to win legs of
100.
darts. Don't apologise for doing your job. Just to put it into working terms, because we do see many a player do it. I've seen James Wade do it so many times. And let's take James's former vocation as an example. Somebody brings a car into a garage and there's something wrong with it. James fixes it and it's now perfect. He then holds his hand up and says, "Oh, sorry about that."
41.
Doesn't make sense, does it? All of a sudden, Warburton is exposing Richie Burnett's fragility.
140.
Those missed darts at double are still festering in the mind of the Prince of Wales.
60.
After getting his first 2 points of the day against Scott Marsh, he might be staring defeat in the face, even at this early stage. Double 16.
45.
I think the white flag has been raised in leg 2.
Mike requires 16.
I have to agree with Burnett that this leg is over. Not quite yet.
Eight.
And not yet. Just doesn't seem to be happening timing-wise for Burnett in this match.
81.
Maybe that last dart will give him a little bit of belief going into leg 3.
Game
You didn't expect Mike Warburton to miss that double 4. That's the 3rd time he's hit it with no misses in a visit. So double 4 is something that has been kind to him so far. Will he need it anymore?
He takes Richie to throw first. Game on.
These guys have actually met this year away from the Online Darts Live League. They played in a Challenge Tour event a little bit earlier this month.
140.
It was Mike Warburton that won by 5 legs to 1, averaging just under 91. Both are playing Challenge Tour right now, as they should, as non-tour card holders who went to Q School. Warburton currently 22nd in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
140.
And Burnett down at 47th. Burnett will believe that there are more
60.
Pro Tour challenges for him in the future. He has come through Q School before. Trust me, I know, because he beat me in the final. I was extremely happy for him.
100.
To still have this amount of talent at his age, after all the challenges he's faced in his life.
85.
I just get the feeling that there's one more story to write.
21.
11 for Bull for 3-0. But he's got the treble for double 14.
107. Richie require 160.
That could have been Mike Warburton putting his hand on the guillotine rope for this match. But double 18's a possibility.
80.
That was his chance to get back in the match. And he tells you just how far away it was.
Require 14. Game
that tells you how good that double 7 was. That was a really, really aggressive try on the first dart. And he has a superb opportunity now, Mike Warburton, of getting the first bagel of the day against Richie Burnett.
4th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $55.
I mentioned the one meeting they had earlier this month on the Challenge Tour. Well, they have played each other 6 previous times in the Online Darts Live League this year.
60.
Richie Burnett has a winning record against Mike of 4 games to 2. That gap may be shortened after this one.
100.
The 2 times that Mike Warburton has beaten Richie Burnett, they have been by margins. Both 4 legs to 1. So when he gets in front, he stays in front.
85.
Don't underestimate just how important this game is for Mike. Because if he does
59.
win by 4 legs to 0, he's going to go top of the table for now. It will be 3 wins from 4.
60. 60.
It's all gone a bit dry when it comes to trebles. And the players are starting to get a bit frustrated, but that's a
100.
great last start. It's only a half dart lead for Burnett, though. It's something that can be eaten into.
100.
And it has been. That's a guaranteed shot at 127 to win 4-0. It's at this portion of the day where you've got to make your
82.
presence felt.
Mike, you require
next 3 matches.
127.
This one and the next 2 are the 4th match for every player for today. And it's double 8 for Mike Warburton. Oh, you heard the clip of the wire on the inside. That was to go top of the table.
114.
He missed 116 to keep himself alive in leg 3. And that is the one thing he couldn't hit treble-wise. Apart from treble 1, of course.
94.
But Mike Warburton
8.
and double 4 are BFFs right now. I think that one's in the way. But I know absolutely nothing. Had a bit of a Whitney Houston moment there because I know nothing. Mike Warburton knows everything. Because double 4 gives him a 4-0 lead, which puts him top of the table. He's not playing his best starts today, but he is grafting brilliantly. He's just doing what his opponents can't. And he does go top of the table on 6 points with the first 4-0 of the day. We progress with the 4th games for players next, and it is Scott Marsh returning to the hockey against Darren Beveridge of Scotland. Match number 11 coming in now as we go into the final third of action. Darren Beveridge and Scott Marsh will now do a duel on the dartboard. It'll be really interesting to see what Scott Marsh can do here because he's at the foot of the table on 0 points. Looking at Darren Beveridge though, he had a chance of going top a little bit earlier on against Jared Cole and he stumbled there. But as you can see from our graphic in the bottom left of your screen, Mike Warburton goes top for the very first time on leg difference after that 4-0 victory against Richie Burnett.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
So you'd have to say that this
60
is a tale of two stories. One, Beveridge just looking to stick with Warburton and Cole to possibly create a 4-point gap between himself and the other 3 players.
41.
On the other hand, if Scott Marsh can find his first win, he will
60.
get a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger, and try and earmark 4 points before the end of the day, which wouldn't be the worst result.
57.
But I have been in Scott's position where you don't get the greatest start on a live league day. And the one thing that's floating through your darting brain right now is I do not want to go back to my hotel with no points. He has been involved in some very good matches. And indeed, he has had the best finish of the day. But you don't get bonus points for 170 finishes.
84.
I would have Darren Beveridge as a fairly solid favourite for this match. Purely because of the way he has found the ability to win matches today.
100.
But I think it's fair. And I do believe that Darren would agree with this. He did throw away the last match against Jared Cole.
131.
He can't do anything about that now. The only way he can try and forget about that is by beating Scott Marsh here and then Richie Burnett in match 13. And that will be the end of his
58.
campaign for Monday.
Darren Unicorn 66.
Treble 10. Still leaves tops with 1.
Game show
and he hits tops with 1.
Darren Beveridge.
Beautifully done by Darren Beveridge, who really is starting to find something today. He has had a couple of stutters, but in my opinion, he has had a very decent Monday.
Game on. $78.
Scott Marsh, who wears the names of his children on his shirt. That's something that is done by quite a lot of players, actually. Chris Dobie has his young lad's name on his shirt. Cole Dobie, great name. Joe Cullen, Stephen Bunting, another couple that wear their children's name on their shirt. I don't have any kids, so if I get a new dart shirt made, I might just put my imaginary friend's name on there.
$60.
Well, we hope you can join us for the rest of the week. Today's action is nowhere near finished. We have 15 matches in total.
40.
So after this one, we've got 4 more. Really intrigued to see what happens between Nathan Girvin and Jared Cole, 2 fabulously talented young players.
44.
But we do have more action from 9:30 AM tomorrow via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker and, of course, the Online Darts YouTube channel. So same format tomorrow
92.
and Wednesday. Thursday, we play Group C from 9:30, then Group B from 10 PM, which is live on Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK.
58.
Same for Friday. we have Group C from 9:30, and then again we have Group B from 10 p.m. All leading towards the Week 2 finals on Saturday night from 10 p.m.
56.
Don't be afraid to take us with you as well. If you've got a smart device and are joining us on YouTube, take us on the public transport with you.
100. Scott, you require 100.
You can listen or watch while you take the dog for a walk. The Online Darts Live League is portable. Another for double 12. He's the master of the big finish, as both of these two have been today. Absolutely prime stuff from Scott Marsh. When he wins legs, he wins them with a flourish.
Game on.
The three biggest finishes of the day have been hit by these two players. 170 for Marsh, 160 for Beveridge. And of course that 138 there for Scott.
100. 123.
We are gearing up, of course, for the August bank holiday next Monday. There are no bank holiday Mondays for the Online Darts Live League. We will be back with Week 3 next week.
140.
You just wonder who is going to get their hands on that big cheque of £7,000 come September 18th.
46.
You've got to get to Champions Week first. That's job 1. Well, in fact, that's job 2. Because you've got to get to the weekly finals first. Then you've got to make it through to the Champions Week. Then you've got to get through to the Champions Week finals to have the chance of going for that final match.
121.
Richie Burnett and Jim Williams have won, of course. Sean McDonald and Fallon Sherrick have come very, very close.
100.
Great to see Fallon Sherrick playing so well.
140.
I was just about to say he couldn't possibly do another one, could he? But he might leave tops.
60.
Now, does Darren Beveridge go for broke here on the 60, or does he go for the 25? Went for broke.
60.
Didn't pay off.
Scott, you require 80.
There's a lot of people would go 2 double tops here, but Scott's not part of that school. He's got a clean tops.
Game
and it is 2 legs to 1 to Scott Marsh. Beveridge has got more problems. There you see it. A beautiful shot at the top bed.
4-legged Scott to throw.
Beveridge, who started this match the stronger, has been reeled in and overtaken.
60. 55.
As far as their days are concerned, Darren worked hard for a 4-3 victory over Mike Warburton in his first match. Then it was an easier job against Nathan Girvin by 4 legs to 1.
96.
Then that sole loss to Jared Cole in a good quality match where both averaged over 90. Just
60.
when you think Darren Beveridge is starting to recover from that, Scott Marsh starts to find something that has eluded him most of the day. It is a grip on that dart which almost strangles the barrel.
100.
In fact, when Scott Marsh was playing in the Live League last year, there was
43.
a bit of social media action about how much he looks like Phil Taylor. With all of the different apps and pieces of software these days, I'm sure there's somebody out there who could possibly put the two faces next to each other and we could
140.
somewhat collaborate to see how accurate that is. I think Scott was just
96.
flattered that he was put in the same sentence as the
Scott, you
greatest player of all
require
time.
105.
He's putting himself in his own bracket here. Two double tops if he chooses. Well,
45.
I was just about to say that that second dot was a great guide for tops, but he didn't need tops. He needed 60.
59.
And this one is getting away from the Scot.
Scott, you require 60.
He's only averaging 78 in this match, and Marsh is a good 5 clear of that.
20.
And he comes back for tops when these three are delivered by Darren.
121. Scott, you require 40.
Eventually, he just needs 1 tops with 3 darts. This should have been the equation in the last visit. Should be kind.
20.
But he went the wrong side, and Darren Beveridge is
requires
extremely
67.
lucky to have this chance. It's got to be 15 bull.
42.
And he won't be pleased that he only got a shot
Scott,
at the
you
bullseye
require 20.
from 67. This game has been littered with small errors.
Game
But
shot
that
on the
is a
full
win
flag.
for Scott Marsh.
Scott Marsh.
He takes the 3-1 lead. But this could have been so different for Darren Beveridge if he'd have just reeled in that 67 shot. He could have sprung on from there, but he couldn't find it.
Game on.
He
45.
just looks a little deflated to me after that match against Cole where he missed 6 match darts. That experience does something to
83.
you. And it's somewhat exacerbated by the fact that in this format,
60.
you have to play again most of the time. Take Darren's 3rd match into consideration. He's missed 6 match darts. Jared Cole has beaten him. If it was a knockout tournament, he'd leave. He'd stew on it for a bit and he'd come back the next day.
140.
But here, being only his 3rd match, he had to play again, so he's got to play with those feelings. That in itself, with the Online Darts Live League, is an
96.
intricacy in its own. Well, that's a good deflection. Look at that.
98.
That was a very fortunate dart. And it's put him in a very fortunate position.
60.
I get the feeling that if Scott Marsh does win this one by 4 legs to 1, I'll leave Darren Beveridge alone for 5 minutes. All is not lost.
100.
The only undefeated player in this group is Jared Cole.
58.
He plays next.
Scott,
He
you
might be
require
towing the hockey
80.
very soon. Single 20 for tops. For his first win of the day.
40.
And it's a missed match dart for Scott Marsh.
It's
good pressure. Just in case, because Scott Marsh has missed a few doubles in this match.
40.
He's missed 6, in fact. But he has not missed another. That is Scott Marsh's first 2 points of the week. So he has something to build on finally. Darren Beveridge is playing in spells, winning his first 2, then losing his next 2. You can see that the averages weren't much to write home about, but Marsh will take that victory, and now he has one more opportunity to play it again today and get to 4 points for Monday. As far as youth darts is concerned, we have 2 players coming up for you, which might have very, very good futures. Cole against Girvin is next. Really looking forward to this one. Not just because Jared Cole is undefeated, but this is a little bit of a glimpse into the future, possibly, of what the English and Scottish game could look like in the coming years. There you see Jared Cole in striking distance of the top spot here. He has not lost today so far, and he has been playing very well in the Online Darts Live League this year. Nathan Girvin in 5th position on 2 points.
Okay,
has
first
work
Nathan
to do.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, the first thing we need to say at this juncture is congratulations to Jared Cole, because this is his
59.
100th game this year in the Online Darts Live League. So if Jared knew that, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't, he could wave his dart in the air
81.
and show it to the pavilion if we had one. We don't. But if we did have a pavilion, what would it look like?
60.
I'll leave that one with you, the darts fans. But 100 games, not bad.
125.
These two, in fact, have met 5 times away from the Live League. I wasn't surprised
180.
to see that 180 from Nathan Girvin, because he has hit a few of those today. And I wasn't surprised to see that they'd played each other 5 times away from here
80.
as well, because they've been running in the same circles the last few years. In fact, for the last 4 years.
130.
Girvin starting with a purpose.
59. Nathan, you require 72.
His advantage Scotland at the start of this one. Double 12. Oh,
score.
Nathan. Is that going to cost
Jared
you?
require 156.
It's not about the fact
59.
that Jared Cole could not take
Nathan,
the
you require
156. It's the fact that
72.
Nathan's coming back for 72. Well, take 2 is a different result.
Game shown the
And it
first
is
leg.
the first leg to Nathan Girvin.
Girvin.
That is a really good sign of a strong mind. Because when you bust something like 72, you could say to yourself, why did I have to do that? But he got the job done.
Game on.
Therein lies the
96.
danger of the small doubles. Never underestimate the fact
58.
that when you go for something like double 5, double 6, double 4, those bust shots are creeping close.
30.
These two have been playing a lot of darts over the last few days. And they're going to play a lot of darts this week. In fact, just running through their previous meetings.
99.
They've played at the Finder Darts Masters in the youth section. As we see a 171 from Girvin, which gives him the first crack at a finish. They've played at the Development Tour. They've
59.
played at Q School.
Nathan, you require 132.
They've played at the Europe Cup Youth and the World Championship Youth. Nathan Girvin. Oh, he misses double 12 for the 132, and he goes into the wrong bed again, but this time it doesn't bust the shot at least. Is this a sign that Nathan is more attuned to the pace of Jared Cole than maybe some of his other opponents today?
Nathan, you require 50.
Double 6 for him.
3.
Well, at least this time he didn't bust it. And he will come back for 12.
$100. Nathan, you require 12.
Double 6 it is to double his lead, and he's gone the other side. Oh boy, he's hitting everything but double 6.
Jared, you require 86.
Maybe an overcorrection. Is he going to pay the price for that? Bullseye for Cole. Oh, and he does pay the price. A stunning 86 checkout from Jared Cole, and he could do nothing but smile at the end of that. Just a sign that bullseyes still make people smile. No longer how much you play it. Oh, breathless stuff there. It just goes to show it's not just brilliant darts that get you excited about this game. It's the fact that people can miss.
140.
When Jared Cole gets this game between his teeth, he is a very, very good talent.
134.
It's borderline effortless. It's a graceful throw.
58.
If you ever get the chance to meet young Jared, he is
60.
Such a nice young lad. I don't know anybody who's got a bad word to say about him. He's not the overly exuberant
99.
type. He is very mild-mannered. He's very, very intelligent.
81.
And he's a very good cook as well. He's actually a qualified chef.
58.
And Nathan Girvin, who should be 2-0 up,
130.
has
Jared
been stopped
146.
so far. 70 left with 1.
94. Nathan, you require
Just misses
75.
out on leaving himself on double 8. But this is another chance to be in the lead. Tops.
36.
And yet again, on the last dart,
Jared,
that type of
52.
exchange, he misses wildly. Does Cole nick this one? Yes, he does. But the big thing about this one is that that is a break of throw. So he's made his move after the mistakes have been made by Nathan Girvin, who's had a shot at double in every
Jared
leg.
To throw first. Game on.
I was going to talk a bit about Scottish darts when Nathan was playing against Darren Beveridge. Didn't get the chance because it was such a good match. And Scotland
97.
will go to the World Cup in Jena in Germany pretty soon.
96.
Try and reclaim the crown from Wales. I haven't checked the news this morning. I'm not 100% sure who's going to be representing Scotland, whether it'll be Anderson and Wright, or whether it'll be something similar to last year. Where they were represented by Robert Thornton and John Henderson. Well, of course, Thornton has not got a card these days, so they'd have to look elsewhere if they were looking at the B squad. Peter Wright and Anderson would take some stopping.
60.
But then again, so will the Welsh. Nathan Girvin needs 1-2-4. Bullseye for him.
99.
He just misses out on the target that Cole did take to get himself in this match.
56. Nathan, you require 25.
What's going to happen this time when he goes for the outer ring?
Game shot.
Perfection, that's what.
Nathan goes.
He has still had a shot at double in every leg in this match. But the fact of the matter is, he is in the match at 2-2, and he has been the stronger of the two.
Game on.
The average reflects that. 87 for Girvin, 80 for Cole. And even though he lost the lead after 3 legs, he has grounded out to be level after 4.
85. 43.
That's a perfect first start for Jared Cole.
140.
And you might think that last one was a bit wild. Yes, it was a tad. But what he's trying to do is nestle it under the flight. So he's giving it a bit more air than usual. I'd rather see Jared miss that third dart high than low.
134.
He's put his foot down in leg 5. Nathan needed the maximum to get to a finish.
98. Jared require 142.
17's potentially here.
120.
He really does count very quickly, doesn't he? As soon as that 3 went in, a lot of people might have retreated. And even after hitting the 60 with dart
96.
2, a dart player might have retreated and asked what it was, but he knows everything on this dartboard.
On the 5th
and he knows how to execute as well, because that break of throw for Jared Cole puts him back in charge in this match, and he's now only 1 leg away from a 4-2 win.
6th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. Wants
to mark his 100th game in the Online Darts Live League this year with a victory.
58.
Against a player that might become a rival of his in the next 10 years. Or indeed, sooner than that.
140. 134.
Superb switching, and just look at his score now. This is a great opportunity to see how a player of Jared's calculating experience, what he will do on 309. Downstairs, now back up, and stay. Perfectly done. Leaves the 170 for the match. Tactically, bang on. Execution-wise, excellent.
134.
Reciprocated by Girvin. Great stuff.
105.
Now, Nathan, do you have an 87 to draw level again? Double 18. Oh, he's done it again. There you see the forlorn approach to the board to retrieve the darts as he stays on 87, and Jared Cole goes to tops.
55.
And leaves himself on double 5 after missing 2 match darts.
Nathan, you require 87.
The last time he bust, he took the shot the next visit. And he's done it
Danger
again.
on the sick flag.
Oh, he has got
Nathan
such a
Girvin.
granite mind when it comes to this game. That is a compliment, I assure you, because 2 times in this match he has bust a shot, 72
Seventh
and
and final
87, and
against
both
Nathan
times
to throw
he has put it right.
first. Game on.
The averages do not reflect it, but this has been the best game of the day.
64.
It has had a bucket full of moments. The 86 out on the bull for Jared. The 2 shots
59.
after the busts from Nathan Girvin. These two will have 2 more games over the next 2 days. And I will put a little
38.
asterisk next to them on my sheet. I look forward to them immensely. But who is going to win this one?
92.
Should go downstairs.
100.
He's got to go downstairs at some point with that 9 at the end of his score. Could he possibly? Could he possibly do the 350 and 6, which we've only seen twice, in my opinion, in the live league history? Only once this year
46.
from Andy Jenkins have we seen the 180
Jared, you require
followed by the 170 out.
170.
It's not going to happen again. I was getting all excited there because they're as
134.
rare as 9 darters with a double start.
58.
But what Jared Cole has,
Jared, you
after a
require
blistering
36.
leg of scoring, is double 18. And now double 16.
Game
He now
shot
has
and
2
a
more
match.
points.
Jared
And he is
Cole.
at the top of the table on 8 points after the best match of the day. He was troubled at lots of points in that match. You can see that the 90 average from Cole is very, very good. And the 82 from Nathan Girvin is a bit below par. But the fact of the matter is, when he got to the checkouts, it was the man from England who was better than the man from Scotland. So their job is almost done for the day. Only 1 match left for all of the players. And we're going to start with Darren Beveridge and Richie Burnett finishing their campaign. Three more matches to bring you for today's action. Of course, it is the Online Darts Live League here for a Monday's Group A action. 15 matches in total, and we're just about to go into match number 13. And it is the final game of the day for Scotland's Darren Beveridge. As you can see on our graphic, he is currently in 3rd position. 2 wins to start his day, followed by 2 defeats. Richie Burnett has had a very, very up and down day. He has had some big ups in games, but ultimately has not picked up the points that maybe he deserves.
Okay, first leg it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Is Darren going to put Richie to the sword in similar fashion to the way that Mike Warburton did in match 10? The only result that was 4-0 today so far.
Ah, 85.
And these two have met in a challenge to a match previously to 2021.
100.
That was won by Beveridge. But in their previous head-to-heads in this room, it is Beveridge who has the upper hand. He has won
60.
2 of their 3 meetings. They played 3 times in 3 days back in mid-April.
99.
All of the games were close. 2 4-3s and a 4-2. But Beveridge is the one that's maybe under the most pressure in this game, because he's the one who started really strongly for Monday and has let it slip a little bit.
100.
I think if Darren walks away with 4 points today, he will feel like someone has picked his pocket. You know that
60.
feeling when you've dropped your wallet and you don't know where
Darren,
it is?
you require
That is how
124.
Darren will feel if he loses this match. But if Richie Burnett wins this and winds up on 4 points for the rest of the day,
100.
he will feel like he's found somebody's wallet. Of course, Richie's the kind of guy who would return it to the
40.
person who it belongs to.
Darren, you require 24.
Double 12.
Game show on the first.
That's a good
leg.
sign for Darren Beveridge, because when you look at the moment in the day where things started to go wrong, it was when he had match darts against Jared Cole. He missed 6 of them, but he didn't miss any
Second leg, it's
in that
Richie
leg.
to throw first. Game on. $55.
I was talking a little bit earlier when Mike Warburton was playing against Richie Burnett about the constant motion of Richie's throw.
55.
Just watch our split camera here. Richie's dart is constantly moving. That flight does not stop. So it's up and it constantly moves.
95.
Whereas with Darren, he stops, but only for a microsecond. And that was
180.
micronically perfect. There's always something going on with Darren's throw, though.
59.
He throws it from the back of the barrel, indeed, more towards the stem. He uses all of the stem in the barrel to hold his equipment.
96.
It's a very unique grip, but there's always something happening. He has this twist as well. Watch his white flight when it comes back to his face. He has this lovely twist that happens in his
58.
hand.
Darren, you require 170.
It's actually quite hypnotic when you watch it.
$100.
He is doing everything right here. Scoring steadily. Richie Burnett is dicing with his darting gremlins here.
140.
And he gives a lovely
Darren,
two-handed
170.
celebration there when he gets a 140. Darren gets a shot at the bull. Oh,
20.
and that was 51% wire.
Richie, you require 94.
Does he go double-double? He chose not to.
70.
Does get a double at the
Darren,
end,
you
but
record
unfortunately, it's not for 94 points in total.
Game show on
Darren
the
Beveridge
second leg.
takes a 2-0 lead.
Darren Beveridge.
That was just begging to be hit with that second dart. When he has a guide on the bottom left-hand side of the board, he just wants it to the high portion. That's exactly what he had.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Just want to give a big shout out to everybody who has put this production together
55.
today. I won't mention them by name. They're all very humble people. But we have some great people working behind the scenes for your darting entertainment.
66.
Indeed, we have had somebody new in the back room today. I'm not going to say who. Maybe we can name him later in the week. for who we have on the
99.
mic today. Owen Binks does a great job. We've had some fantastic referees apply their trade here. We've had Charlie Costafine a lot this year, which has been great to see.
84.
I talked a little bit earlier in the day, especially in the last match, about the new crop of players. Well,
60.
don't forget about the fact that we've got a lot of young referees coming through. And isn't that exciting? If you're watching out there as a young woman thinking that you want to be a referee, go to some tournaments, do some calling.
60.
It's one thing we don't have a great deal of. Female referees. If you can bellow and you can count and you love your darts, there could be a job opening up for you in the next 5 years. The only person bellowing here is Darren.
60.
That was a bit of a whimper as he gets to the finish first. Richie Burnett will not want to lose 4-0 twice at the end of his campaign for Monday. That will just make Tuesday a little bit more sour at the start.
98. Darren, you require 167.
Well, this would hurt. It's a good visit in the end.
Richie
He gets himself into 2-dart range, which is where Richie already is. 74. And as you can see, from 2 different occasions in 2 legs in this match,
Darren, you
he
require
is not one to
89.
go double-double. Can Darren hit the bullseye this time?
58.
There's your answer.
Richie, you require 40.
I get the feeling that dart was just a little tired.
Game shot
That
the
one
third leg.
was very, very good.
Richie Burnett.
He had to dodge a little bullet there, did Richie, because Darren Beveridge was within a very, very short distance of being 3-0 up and losing 7 legs in a row, but Richie has got himself in the match now.
Game on.
If he can win from 2-0 down,
100.
what would that do for his spirit for Tuesday?
$55.
And just going into this beginning portion of the 4th leg, I asked a question of our audience a little bit earlier on.
93.
About your highlights of the 2021 Live League. But there's another question, isn't there? As certain countries become more accessible to the UK, who would you like to see play here? From an international perspective.
93.
Who would you want to jump on a plane to come and play the Online Darts Live League for a few days? As Beveridge sets up the 350 and 6. He's got the first 3. Jared Cole had a shot at it in his last match.
95 left, yeah.
He failed to get dart 4. Burnett gets the maximum, waves it off for some reason. That was a great visit, Richie. He obviously did not
55.
want to leave double 19. At least this way he has
35.
choices. Double 16. It's a bit tricky. Get the periscope out, Richie. That is an absolutely exceptional dart from Richie Burnett. It was nowhere near the blocker. It didn't flick the flight, the stem, the barrel, the point or anything. It was clean as a whistle. And it's now 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
So going back to international darts,
57.
who would you like to see here? They can't have a tour card. So my mind automatically goes to Austria. And I want to see Rusty Jake
125.
Rodriguez, because that young lad is fast, he's good, and he's confident right now, and he's winning.
84.
If I was a multi-millionaire and I could fly anybody here, I think it would probably have to be Kyle Anderson.
100.
I'd give him a week here, just have some fun, because he is someone that is genuinely missed from the tour.
140.
Just think around the world as to who else you could invite. You could look to the United States, someone like Danny Lauby,
95.
Darren Young. You could look to Canada, and some of the players that I know over there, like Sir Kylie Edmond, Matt Campbell. He's going to be playing at the World Cup with Jeff Smith. Imagine what he could do here. Fabulous player from Ontario. Burnett is putting up one brilliant fight here.
100.
A lot of people might have thought
Darren,
he should have gone to the
require
25 and bull with that
120.
last start. But Beveridge has been reeled in from 2-0 up.
100. Richie
his
require
turn
81.
To hold his breath. 66 remain. Bullseye. Nothing in the way.
Game
It's
show
beautiful.
the fifth
And Burnett
Richie
is fighting
Burnett.
so hard to try and get out of Monday with 4 points. And after being 2-0 down, he is now ahead,
Six leg, it's Richie to
throwing
throw first.
for those extra 2 points.
Game on.
That is the epitome of not just accuracy, but making sure that nothing
96.
is in the way of your target. I've just had a text from Phil Bars from Online Darts, of course,
43.
who will be doing the live lounge tonight. If you are looking for some darting entertainment later tonight, he's just said Paul Lim. That is a great shout.
100.
That really has got me thinking, though. Mikuru Suzuki. Seigo Asada. Players like that.
180.
Just imagine what we could possibly do with some travel corridors. But Beveridge, with a somewhat ironic
45.
180 celebration of his own right there. He just wants to travel to 6 points.
140.
His last 6 darts have been exemplary. 86 average for Burnett, 87 for Beveridge.
43.
And I get the feeling this one is going
Darren, you
to the
require
wire.
138.
Just don't go low. A superb
98.
single. Don't underestimate how good that single was, because that flight from the 60 shot was right in his eye line.
44.
So Burnett is starting to think about like
Darren, you
7.
require 40.
Beveridge is thinking just
Game
get
shot
there,
the
and he
sixth
does.
flag.
It is
Darren
3-3. But is it key now that Darren Beveridge has just won his first leg in 3, and he now has the darts, so he has the
7 for
momentum
final
back in
leg,
his
it's
corner.
Darren to throw first. Game on. $131.
Richie Burnett has probably had the most frustrating day of all of the players. And if he loses again from 3-2 up after being 2-0 down, that would be very symptomatic of the day he's had.
83.
Can you imagine spending 15 minutes in the head of Richie Burnett.
100.
I could only imagine what it's like sometimes, possessing the talent he has.
58.
But when you watch him, you just get the feeling that a mouse is chasing a cat that's chasing a dog, and vice versa.
60.
There's just a lot going on in there. But that is one of the reasons why we love him. Just because you're a great dart player doesn't make you box office.
100.
It's who you are that makes you box office. That's a superb 140 from Darren Beveridge. That puts him in the box seat. And Burnett realistically needs 2 trebles from here. And he's got to go through the posts. Ooh, he gets it round the corner.
100. Darren, you require 70.
Double 8 to finish the job. And he has done with a beautiful collision on that second dart. A really, really good game between those two. It really doesn't reflect from the averages. 91 for Beveridge, 82 for Burnett. The doubles percentages from those two, excellent. 50 from Beveridge, 75% from Richie, but he just couldn't get enough chances in the end. Burnett grafting and will have to succumb to 2 points for Monday. As far as Mike Warburton and Jared Cole are concerned, Warburton has had a good day, but Cole is going for the perfect 10 points. Two of the best players of Monday in Group A will now go toe-to-toe for their final time for Monday. And it is Jared Cole who has the opportunity of going into Tuesday with a perfect 10 points from the first day of Group A in Week 2. There you see him at the top of the table. He can be caught, but only by his opponent. So this is a shootout for that top spot going into Tuesday. We will finish things up with Scott Marsh against Nathan Girvin. And someone will find their way to 4 points in the final match of Monday.
Okay, first look, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
As far as Jared's day is concerned, you look at the table and you think 4 wins from 4. He's probably
58.
played better than everybody else. Well, the majority of the time he has played very well. But he has been a bit fortunate at times. Especially against Darren Beveridge, who missed 6 match darts against him.
100.
He started with a 4-2 win against Scott Marsh, and he was almost shown the way by Scott.
70.
Scott got a great start, and he made Jared Cole switch on. Fine wins over Richie Burnett and Darren Beveridge by 4-3, followed
45.
to get him to 6 points. And then another 4-3 against Nathan Girvin got him to 8. So he has gone pretty much the entire distance today. So it wouldn't surprise me to see this one go at least 6 legs.
97.
In fact, there have only been 3 games today so far that have gone less than 6. And only the one
44.
where there's been 4.
$85.
We were talking about international players in the last match. You talk about Warby being from Wrexham. If
99.
he made the big stage with darts over the next couple of seasons, I'm sure he'd send an invite to Ryan Reynolds, who was the chairman of his local football club. Just imagine if he turned up in a Deadpool outfit.
134.
Jared Cole looking for 96 to hold in leg 1. On the double-double route.
38.
And I think that was
Mike,
the right
required
player
40.
considering where Mike is.
Game
Well,
shot
he's
on
in
the
tops,
first leg.
and that is a break of
Mike
throw in
Warburton.
leg 1. So Warburton, who was looking to get 8 points for himself from Monday, starts the job perfectly with a break in leg 1.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I say this
58.
with all honesty. If Warburton does get out of today with 8 points, he could realistically go back to his hotel and think,
99.
I didn't play well enough for 8 points. But if you think about it slightly differently, he got 8 points by not playing his best. So what could he possibly do if he did play
60.
nearer his best? Started the day with his only defeat so far to Darren Beveridge by 4-3, only averaging 81.
100.
That was a worrying sign, but he did arrest that trend really quickly in beating Scott Marsh 4-3. It was a scrappy game against Nathan Girvin in the middle match,
30.
only averaging 77, which proves my point. He is able to win ugly. But then again, in his next match
98.
against Richie Burnett, he won by 4-0. But didn't need anything big there, only averaged 82. But if he can put in a solid display here,
100.
averaging somewhere in the region of 94-95, he could well come into tomorrow's matches with a lot of confidence.
90.
And his first match tomorrow will be against Jared Cole.
$81. Jared to require 114.
6 darts from 114. Might only need the 1 visit. He's going to need the second now.
82.
2 single 11s will leave him on double 16. There's no panic there, but it still doesn't please you when you miss a single.
134. Jared to require 32.
Double 16 it is. Is it awkward?
No score.
Well, now Mike Warburton is thinking,
Mike, you require
why did I leave double 19? It doesn't matter. It's a double. This is awkward. Half a bed to aim at.
No score.
Didn't give it enough juice.
Jared, you require 32.
Don't miss again.
Game
And
on
he
the
doesn't.
second leg. Jared Cole.
Just goes to show when Jared Cole misses on the outside of the doubles like double 8, double 16, his darts tend to veer to the right-hand side, flight first.
So like it's
So
Jared
he can't
to
cover
throw
it
first.
sometimes.
Game on. $100. $100.
Every game best of 7 this week, including finals night.
54.
I will be in the chair the rest of the week to see who comes out the week 2 champion to emulate Robert Owen, one of Mike Warburton's countrymen. Great displays
59.
from Nick Fulwell last week. Great to see Nick playing well again. He's one of the nice guys who's had a really tough couple of years.
85.
I'm sure there are more debutants on their way to the Online Darts Live League. We only have the one this week, and that is Connor Scott. We'll talk more about Connor come Thursday and Friday morning. That's when he will join the action with Lee Cox and my darting nemesis, Wesley Newton. It's going to be the first time
128.
that I have had the microphone at the Online Darts Live League and the chance to talk about Wes Newton. You might want to tune into that one, because I've got some stories about some of the games we've played.
81.
Don't worry, Wes.
I'm
going to be all positive. I promise.
76.
That'll do. Jared Cole is measuring himself really well today. You just get the feeling he's there for the taking if someone can find a bit of scoring ability. It just seems to me
58.
that people aren't able to find their A game against him today.
Game shown
And he finds a 2-1 lead on tops. He's getting enough chances. He's getting shots like 58, like 32 with indeed 6 darts in a previous leg. It's just a lot of chances.
Game on.
You may ask yourself, what do these players do when their day is done? It's 1:45 in the afternoon here. It's early for a darts tournament. These guys will be done in possibly 5 to 10 minutes.
100.
What will they do for the rest of the day? It's a very good question. And in fact, we might have to ask them at some point.
45.
One of the worst things you can do as a dart player is completely crash. You need to get moving. You spend a lot of time indoors. You need to go out for a walk, get some fresh air, do some form of exercise. And you have to stay happy as well, because darts, I was told in the infancy of my career, is a very, very lonely sport. Never a truer word spoken. So you have to surround yourself with some friendly people. Again on 305, Jared Cole goes for the bullseye first, and he has done it this time to leave 170. He there proves why you go bull first on 305. Bull 2560 leaves the 170.
46. Jared requires
approach shot genius from the world MAD champion.
56.
He's not far away from a 3-1 lead. And Warburton can't find a finish.
45. Jared require 114.
54 for tops. We'll give him a 3-1 lead.
74.
And that one was not far away. He's only averaging 82. But Warburton's looking a little bit gassed here.
140.
That just asks the question a little
Jared
bit.
to require 40.
Does Cole have the answer?
Game show on the 4th.
Yes, he does. 3-1.
Jared Cole.
And he's within only one leg now of the perfect day. I said a little bit earlier that Mondays don't define you, but 10 points on a Monday would be a great start.
5th leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
You can't win the group on a Monday,
100.
but you can lose it. Just imagine if you turn up on a Monday morning at 9:30 and you're playing your first game and you lose that and you lose the next 4.
100.
The likelihood is you're out of the group and you're playing for position. But if you get 10 points, yes, there's pressure on you to
91.
get through the group because you're top, but you're in a much better position than if you'd had none. I've seen many a
60.
player have a very, very good Monday, followed by questionable Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
100.
But the way he's playing and the amount of darts he's played over the last couple of days as well, Cole might be primed for something good.
58.
He's caused people a lot of problems today, and I think the biggest thing for Jared today is that he has taken the chances that have come his way. The majority of the
96.
time when he's been given the hook, he has thrown it and caught a fish.
55.
Had a crack at this earlier and missed tops.
Jared, you require
But I think the writing's on the wall. 54 again.
58.
It just hasn't been a good enough scoring game for Mike Warburton, unfortunately. Lots to mull before tomorrow.
58.
He sensibly leaves himself a
Jared,
finish.
you require 56.
But in every likelihood, it's day over.
36.
Not yet.
Mike, you require 170.
There's no guarantee that Jared Cole is going to hit this double 10.
98. Jared, you require 20.
But we know that Jared wants to, so he can exhale and enjoy the
Game
fact
shot and the
that he has
match.
won 10
Jared
perfect
Cole.
points today on double 10. So he will go into Tuesday atop the table. And there are gears to be found for Jared Cole, as you can see, 79.79 and a high checker of 58 with only 30% on doubles. He didn't have to find his best there, but a win of 4 legs to 1 gets him atop the table on leg difference and, of course, on points. Nathan Girvin will finish his campaign against Scott Marsh, so match 15 is coming up. Stay tuned for that. One more match to go for today, so hang on to your hats. This one could be fairly decent as we see Scott Marsh and Nathan Girvin trying to grasp the last 2 points that are on offer for Monday. There you see Jared Cole atop the table. by a cool 4 points. So he has a little cushion all of a sudden after that perfect day. Mike Warburton will stay in second position and Darren Beveridge will stay in third. But as far as these two are concerned, both on 2 points, one win so far today.
Game on.
That is about to change. I think it's fair to say that Nathan Girvin expected
85.
more after he got his first win in Game 3 against Richie Burnett. Since then, it has not gone to plan.
30.
On the flip side, Scott Marsh got his first win of the day against Darren Beveridge in match 11. So he had to wait a long time for his first 2 points.
99.
So if he walks away with 4 points from today, he'll feel elated.
$82.
It's been a funny old day for Scott, especially after he set the bar high with that 170 checkout in leg 1. But he has started to find something a little bit more at the start of this match. And indeed in his last match. He was very flat in matches 2 and 3.
137.
He might just be about to get a bit flamboyant here as he goes for a second tops. And that is absolutely
Scott Marsh.
Extraordinary from Scott Marsh. 317 points in 6 darts, accentuated by that 137 with 2 double tops. You'll not see a 6-dart checkout much better than that this week.
83.
If that doesn't get the blood pumping and the confidence whirring, I don't know what will. I've already mentioned the level of play that he is capable of in best of 7, because if I remember rightly, when he had a live league match last year, it was best of 9, so a slightly longer format, and he averaged 114. He is more renowned for playing soft tip darts, but at steel tip, he's still an exceptionally talented player.
94.
Scott started with a 4-2 loss to Jared Cole. And he will play Jared
80
in his last match tomorrow. You just wonder what the table is going to look like at this time tomorrow.
41.
What we do is we reverse the fixtures for tomorrow. So Scott Marsh versus Nathan Girvin will be match 1 tomorrow. I think it's a really interesting concept, because sometimes you feel a little bit more ragged at the start of play. So you get the opportunity in the first couple of days of Group A to play someone at the start,
100.
someone at the end. But then there is the slight anomaly that Mike Warburton and Nathan Girvin will play in the middle game both days. So that is the one fixture for me
41.
that is
Nathan, you require
a classic
83.
experiment, because they play at the same time, same format. They've had the same amount of matches beforehand. Nathan Girvin misses double 12
71
for the 83 checkout, but we'll be back because Scott Marsh has left himself on a bogey number. Silly, silly Scott.
That leaves you 87. 93.
That'll do. But Nathan Girvin has had his trials on double 6 today. And he's got more trials.
Score.
He's at double 13 going for double 6. He's at double 10
Scott,
going
you
for double
require
6.
70.
And he's just wired it twice. Double top to steal it.
30.
Not quite.
Nathan, you require 12.
Double 3. Got to be aggressive with this.
6.
It was very defensive.
Scott, you require 40.
What an opportunity for Marsh to break in 8 visits. Double 10.
Game's on the second leg.
And that is a
Scott
vital
Marsh.
break of throw. He can really, really be aggressive now with the throw in leg 3. If he can shoot forward and put in the kind of performance he did in leg 1,
Third leg,
I think it's going to be 3-0.
Game on.
Famous last words, of course. There's an observation I made on Saturday night whilst watching
78.
the finals on Sporty Stuff TV, is that darts commentators have got things that they tend to say,
43.
and they bring a bit of a chuckle to certain people's exhalations. Whenever I hear Chris Mason say, "Oh dear," it always makes me smile, because that is, I know, describing a
60.
mistake.
$96.
Nathan's got to be careful here. He is currently on 2 points and -4. And if he is beaten heavily here,
140.
he's going to finish in bottom position in the table for Monday. Now, based on his win percentage, running average,
42.
highest finish, and amount of 180s, coming into today, the form book had him in 6th position. His running average was only around 82, whereas everybody else was above 85.
97.
His win percentage was at 35%, and everybody else was above 50%. In fact, Scott Marsh's win percentage was
94.
better than everybody's.
Scott,
That
you
has
require
suffered somewhat.
126.
But he has got time on his side here to get to 3-0. What are the treble 10 to leave himself on double 18?
48 left.
So it's 48 left. And he's still
86.
smiling because he will be back. He
85.
does like tops. He's left it plenty today.
Scott, you require 40.
Hasn't missed it a great deal. Double 10 on this occasion. He does find it once again for a 3-0 lead.
Scott Marsh.
He is within a very, very short distance of getting the second bageling of the day. Well, he's not getting it. He's going to be giving it, hopefully, to Nathan Girvin.
Game on.
The only other one we saw was in the all-Welsh clash between Warburton and Burnett.
140.
And Warby got the 4-0. That's the one thing that goes through your mind in this format, and something slightly longer, say best of 11. If you're 3-0 down in best of 7 or 5-0 down in best of 11, you're thinking, just don't beat me to 0. Make sure you get a leg first, and then you can build on something.
100.
Nobody likes to be done to 0. Superb adjustment from Marsh.
100.
But is still adrift by 81 points. So this time, Girvin, who was not averaging too well in this game, but playing a little bit better in leg 4.
85.
One thing I have noticed about Nathan is that he's using different flights to the last time he was here. The last time he was gracing the Oki here, he was using a kite-shaped flight.
100.
A very small, fast flight. Now he's using what can be described as a small standard flight, which is giving him a bit more air.
136.
Working in this leg, isn't it? Good intelligent switching from Marsh.
92.
You wouldn't expect
Nathan, you
anything
require
less.
40.
But it may be in vain as Girvin goes for tops.
Game show on the 4th flag.
Tidy from him.
Nathan
14
Girvin.
darter from Girvin stops him getting bageled 4 legs to 0. He now has that building block. Can he build on it from here?
5th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Great start from Marsh.
It
doesn't get any better.
180.
Well, he started the day with a 170 checkout in leg 1. How about finishing the day
93.
with a 9? A ludicrous possibility. I think the only person
60.
I remember ever hitting a 9 darter to win a tournament was Colin Lloyd. He did it in a PDC event 15, 16 years ago against Dennis Priestley in the final. I think there is some footage of it on YouTube somewhere. He was the king of finishing tournaments the right way. Won the match play on a 170. Won a PDC event on a 9 darter. Doesn't get much better than that.
43.
Well, Scott Marsh has got
Scott,
6
you
starts
require
minimum from 121. This will be a lovely way to finish your day. And he's going to have some bounce in his step, providing he takes this. Yeah, treble 7 was the target. Leaves himself
81.
on tops. And 4 points for him from the position he was in after 3 matches. He will be chipper.
73.
And if you don't know what that means very happy.
Scott, you require 40.
Tops it is to finish with a 13 darter. That's what he does.
Shot and the match.
Scott Marsh does
Scott
have
Marsh.
that bounce in his step, and he ensures that Nathan Girvin will finish the day on bottom position. 89.43. That's a decent performance from Scott. I think that was his most comfortable performance of the entire day because he wasn't really troubled at many points in that match by the young Scott. We're going to get more from them in match 1 tomorrow. You're going to get more from the Online Darts Live League from 9:30 a.m. via the Online Darts YouTube channel. As you can see, Jared Cole finishes with 10 points today. Nathan Girvin at the bottom. Lots will happen on Tuesday as they position themselves for Wednesday, the final day in Group A. But don't go too far from the YouTube channel tomorrow. You can take us with you wherever you are. I'll be back. Will you? This is the Asset signing out for now. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.